the great run at the end of the season 2 years ago, but since then he's not produced. He's not stayed healthy. So, in a way, I think that they're being caught a little shorthanded without a real backup plan at that position. And so I know that it's all anyone wants to talk about in town, and everybody has their own theories about why Raffy has or has not been approached about that, whether or not Christian Campbell's the answer. I'll leave that to people with higher pay grades than mine, but there's no question that injury left them a little exposed.
Agree with that 100%. And you're right about the Devers thing. It's awkward right now. It's awkward to even think about because Alex Cora made such a point of saying that even if Bregman has to miss a game at third, we're not putting Devers there. But now you want to put him at first base, or they don't want to put him at first. It's sort of hard to read both sides of this. And I kind of find, I compared it to a Sadie Hawkins dance. It's like everyone's sort of standing on one side of the gym waiting for the other one to come over and ask him to dance already, and no one's doing it.
Yeah, and I just, to be honest with you, I know some things, but not everything. And I would just say my own personal opinion is, and I'd love to hear the detailed, profound case against what I'm about to say.
Okay.
And that is that the roster's much better with Devers at first base. Like, to me, it's not even a conversation. It's not even close. You just open up other things, right? Whether it's at-bats for someone like Yoshida, depending on whether he can swing it, or Roman Anthony, or other people. I don't know what's going on with the steadfast decision to not let Raffy put a glove on his hand in any way. I mean, he takes ground balls every day. I can understand the desire to let him get comfortable with his routine as a new designated hitter. We've talked to Edgar Martinez and David Ortiz about that. So I just think in like a perfect world, in a bubble, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, we took this thing from him. He's upset about it, so let's just lean into that. Let's let him do his thing. I completely understand that. But I can't believe that he wouldn't be an above-average first baseman. I just don't buy that. I don't believe it. We've seen him play enough on the dirt that he could handle that job better than anybody's on the roster right now. As I said, it just frees everything up. And I just think the great unknown, again, I'd like to know what the logic is for just saying he's not doing that. Like, we think he can't handle it. We don't want to say that publicly. Okay, I guess I could relate to that, understand that. But I think where this thing gets a little bit tricky, Christian, is if it's, like you say, sort of this game of chicken where they're waiting for the player. Because I think Alex Cora's words are pretty important and pretty intentional. Where they ask him, are you talking to him? No. Do you plan to? No. I really believe they would like him to say, okay, it's best for the team if I do this. Let's go. Let's ramp it up and go. And we could have a longer term, bigger picture discussion about the modern athlete and whether that's the right way to handle these sorts of things. But I think that's where this thing stands. And given the reality of what is facing this team here soon, that it's hard to not be a little puzzled by that.
Yeah, it certainly is. I'm not going to make an impassioned argument because my heart's not in it, but I will say that the most compelling argument I've heard against it is the idea that what you just said, that Devers is more equipped to play first base defensively, more so than Romy Gonzalez or someone who's been doing it now at a pretty decent, it's not like he's doing bad, and Devers was not a great third baseman. It's hard for me to envision him being a very good first baseman, I guess, is the main argument I would make back to that.
Yeah, but it's just about all the moving puzzle pieces, right? It's not, I mean, Romy Gonzalez has been a really nice player for the Red Sox, but does he have a career OPS of 870 and averaged, 28 homers and 120 RBIs in his career? No, he does not. So it's just about where you get the most optimal production from everybody and where they all fit. So I just think that he would be fine over there. Think about all the time. The plays that got him were like range plays to his left. Think about all the plays he made to his right. All those picks, all the ones coming in on little soft ground balls. I think he has the arm to play. He wouldn't be afraid to throw. I'm not saying he's going to be Freddie Freeman over there, or Matt Olson, but I just think that with the way it is right now, I have a very hard time thinking that he's not the best choice.
Now, you mentioned Masataka Yoshida and getting him some at-bats, and maybe this is a better question for someone like Brooksy, but if he can't throw a ball, can he swing a bat? Like, is that, like the shoulder? You got to use your shoulder to swing a bat, don't you? Like, is he okay to do that?
He hit 290 in spring and looked awesome. So, I mean, I guess maybe the shoulders flared up and he's had the back issue too. But that's one that I've not pushed on at all, Christian. So I'm not going to go too much deeper into that, where they really, really think that, the multiple moving parts of the roster, he needs to be able to throw to be a part of this thing. Maybe the Casas thing changes that, but for now, I think they really want the shoulder to be okay for him to be a part of it.
In the event that this game does get played tonight and we do get our second look at Lucas Giolito, I thought he was very good in that first start and really seemed like someone who could be a strength of this rotation if that's sort of the baseline that you're getting from him. Now, maybe he was pumped up. It was his first start in 2 years, and it's not going to look like that every night. But you must have been impressed with what you saw in that start.
Oh, sure. Super impressive. He's throwing hard. He was 96 consistently. The fastball was getting dotted up all over the place. I thought it was great. And I thought that was really fun to see sort of the fire within him be reignited. And you never know in the first 3-4 starts of a season with anybody, although you certainly seem to know that with Nate Eovaldi, who's made a career out of being unbelievable in April and May, and maybe no better start to a season in his whole life than this one. But I'm excited about what Giolito's done, but I'm more excited about what Bayo and Houck have started to do, because I think the starting rotation is in a really good spot. And it is pretty fastball-centric, and the solutions for Bayo and for Houck have been the two-seamer pounded for strikes. So I think starting pitching is not something at the moment to be too worried about.
Oh, hopefully not. Before we let you go here, Will, last year, the first couple months of the season, kind of eerily similar to what we're seeing now. They were 10-10 after 20 games. They were hovering around 500 for most of the first couple months until really midway through June, when they hit their stride going to the All-Star break, and then we all remember what happened after the All-Star break, but going into the break, they really hit their stride. Could that be sort of the track that this team is on right now? Do you see them clicking maybe a little sooner than that?
Who knows? I mean, I'd be a fool to guess, right? I mean, I thought that they were, really ready to take off when they won 9 of 13. It's a bizarre season, Christian, which, the frustrating part is that it becomes kind of a broken record where it's like, it's hard to diagnose what's going on, why they don't win more games, whether it's a killer instinct, the bullpen faltering, not getting big hits. That was the case the first two seasons. They're too talented on paper. And here's what's really bizarre to me, Christian, that I just can't reconcile. Now, again, when you blow leads in the bullpen, a lot of production goes out the window. But think about if I just blindfolded you March 24th in Fort Myers and I said, okay, Aroldis Chapman's going to throw 103 and look like one of the great closers in the American League. Garrett Crochet is going to have a 2 ERA through 7 starts and be awesome. Christian Campbell is one of the leading candidates to be the Rookie of the Year, and Alex Bregman's better than you could have ever thought of.
Well, they'll be a lot better than last year. That's what I think for sure.
But that's right. You'd think they're 7-8 games over, right? So, and that's the vagaries of baseball. I think the one thing that would concern anybody who is following this deal is that when you just on paper, it's hard to play the schedule game, but when you look on paper, in the month of April through the end of March, the Red Sox really did have kind of an easy start to the season, and they did not cash it in, including this series with the Minnesota Twins and losing 5 games to the Toronto Blue Jays. That changes now. I mean, this Rangers team actually stands out in the next 5-6 series as the only one on paper you feel like you should win. Yeah. Because Kansas City is red hot. Detroit is red hot. Then you got the Braves. We're talking about all these elite teams right now, so it's hunker down time for these Red Sox.
All right, that is the voice of Will Fleming, the voice of the Boston Red Sox. I'm sure we'll hear from you at some point here. We'll see what goes on with the start time and if they delay it or what they end up doing. But, Will, we look forward to the call whenever it happens.
You can remove the word if from delay. They're delaying it. The tarp is on at 6:08, so this thing will be in a rain delay. However, again, if you look at the radar, we're going to play tonight. It's just a question of whether that's, 7:45 or 9:15. We will see.
All right, looking forward to it. Thanks, Will. Coming up next, Will Fleming, who you just heard, is going to sit down with manager Alex Cora, which is presented by your New England Ford dealers. I'm Christian Arcand. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
Most people would rather assemble a 300-piece cabinet than search for insurance. That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com.
20% off sunglasses from Shaden Precision Eyewear. Hurry over to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and use promo code SPRING. See better and play better with Shaden. That's SeeBetterPlayBetter.com. Promo code SPRING.
On my podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, we share the keys to succeed in business and in life. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single-line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
For the best deal on tires, head to Town Fair Tire. We beat every competitor every day on every tire. Tire dealers, we beat them. Clubs, we beat them. Online prices, we beat them. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire. Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
So you have a podcast, and you really want to make money with it? Then you need the Odyssey Creator Lab. Check this out. We'll host your podcast for free. You just do your show. We'll use the power of Odyssey's massive expert sales team to place ads in your show and make you money. Does it get any easier than that? Nope. You stay in control of your show, and we help you bring in the money. Sounds like a dream partnership. Apply now at creators.odyssey.com and start earning more from your content today.
Andy Hart here, and let's get real for a second. Everybody loves setting goals, right? I'm going to break 80 this year. I'll get healthier by summer. Great intentions, zero follow-through. Why? Because most people never have a real plan. Listen, I've been there. But when I finally set my goal with Awaken 180, I had more than intentions. I had a proven roadmap with help to get me there. Not an injection. Coaches to help me every week, not letting me fail. My 20 pounds gone in 4 weeks flat. Bradfo knocked out his first 40 in just 9 weeks. That's legit success, not some vague hope you scribbled on a sticky note. So let's put a date on it. How about dropping 40 pounds by July 4th? Think about walking into Independence Day knowing you reached your goal. It feels great, trust me. Know anyone who didn't succeed with Awaken 180? Crickets. That's because it works. Set your goal and reach it with the solution for weight loss. Start today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
This is Alex Cora. You are listening to the home of the Red Sox, WEEI.
Welcome back to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. I'm Christian Arcand. It's the Red Sox and the Rangers at a rainy Fenway Park. We're going to get an announcement here soon on how long this game is going to be delayed. We'll let you know as soon as we do. Lucas Giolito and Nathan Eovaldi are your starters. And Nathan Eovaldi, by the way, is tied for second in the majors with 5 quality starts. Drains by James is Eastern Mass's leader in residential and commercial drain cleaning and pipelining. At Drains by James, they give a poop about your pipes. There's your league leaders right there, brought to you by Drains by James. Before every game, we interview Red Sox manager Alex Cora, and Alex Cora on WEEI is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Hurry in to get employee pricing on the full lineup of vehicles. Ford, from America, for America. Here with the manager is the voice of the Boston Red Sox, Will Fleming.
Dreary day at Fenway, but the first of 3 with the Texas Rangers after an off day. AC, I know you were at the Celtics game. I know you got thoughts on the pick and roll at the top of the key, but you also, I know, having talked to you so many times after off days, you spend time and think about, looking back, what comes next, but also, sort of diagnosing things. Did anything sort of stand out on the off day?
I just got to finish games, There's been too many occasions that we had the lead in the 7th, or we get the lead early on and we don't finish them, and this is not only on the mound, also offensively. We have leave a lot of base runners on base, been able to bury teams. We have done it, and, just like us, just like our hitters, they get paid a lot of money too to score runs.
It is early in the season, and you talk so much about how confidence in young pitchers pays off, and they'll reward you later in the season. Is it too early? And how do you weigh, like somebody like Slayton, who's had a few rough runs in a while, with somebody like Weissert and Hendricks are pitching well? Do you ever consider kind of a changing of roles at this point?
No, I mean, we'll get the people that are getting outs out there, as often as possible. So, Slayton is a big part of what we're trying to accomplish. Whitlock is a big part of what we're trying to accomplish. Liam is throwing the ball well. Weissert is doing the same thing. We expected that from everybody. So the more, the better, right? And, we just have to make certain adjustments with 2 strikes, put guys out, like I said before, bury them. And when we start doing that, we're going to be going on a roll.
It's not that each of those are the same, because there have been 2-strike hits and damaging hits. Is it as simple as just making mistakes? Is it a combo of location and pitch selection, all of that stuff?
I think it's a combination of a lot of things, and starting with the walks, we had Bader 0-2, right? And he walked, and they ended up scoring 2 runs in that inning. It happened before. Springer against Lucas 0-2, walk, homer, and then another homer. They're back in the game. So there's a lot of stuff that goes into play, but it's not lack of effort. It's not lack of plans. It's lack of execution.
A weird thing has happened like 3 or 4 times that I can remember in this last week, where you've had bases, sometimes 1, sometimes double steals, like easily you're going to get the bags. And 1-0, 0-1, and those are different counts, different situations, but foul balls rob you the chance to steal these bases. Is that something that is just, you empower the player to do whatever? Should have those have been pitches that were taken ever?
Not the one with Romy at second and Hammy. 0-1, it was a pitch that he should handle, and he didn't. He fouled it off. The first one, yes. I think it was Rafaela. I forgot who it was at first, but it was a huge jump. Everybody saw it, so you have to be disciplined enough to take it, and that's something that he knows. You don't have to go to him and say, hey, man, you got to take that pitch. He knows it. As a base runner, he knows it too. So it's part of baseball, but that second one, that was a hard one, to be down 0-2 at this level is hard, but it's still second and third.
You guys worked so hard on Cedon's swing rate in spring training. There was some improvement there. The first first pitch swing rate is almost 60% this year. How do you, continue to work with him on that?
You got to keep talking and training him, and hopefully, from the on-deck circle to the batter's box, something clicks in that aspect. You can put him in every environment, training environment, and help him and talk to him, but at the end, it's the player, right? And he likes to swing. We know that. There's conversations. If you look at the good ones or the great ones, right? They don't chase, they don't swing that much, and they're precise. And I think he can be precise. When he gets rolling, he starts driving the ball to right center. There's more there, and we have to continue to coach him.
And Rafi's swinging less than ever, chasing less than ever. We've been seeing the underlying numbers, the barrel rate, the hard hit rate, all that stuff. You know him better than anybody, Alex. Are those numbers telling what you're seeing, that he's about to get really hot?
I believe so. He's catching up with the fastball too. He's playing out in front instead of back, right? It'll be interesting this series because he's going to see the guys that he saw the first weekend in Texas, and that was a tough one for him and for us. So he's a different hitter. His timing is perfect. He looks comfortable at the plate. Like you said, he's not chasing as much, and he's not swinging as much, so he's in a great place.
You always talk about Cinco de Mayo being the time that you let starters go, and then you sort of evaluate where they are. Now, Lucas is different, obviously. He just makes his second one today, but can you give us sort of a state of the rotation on the Cinco de Mayo?
I think we're in a good spot. I know there's talks about crochet fastballs, hit the velocity. I think he's in a good spot. He's throwing the ball well. You talk about his mechanics, and he's going to fix them. Bello threw the ball well. Velocity's up. The action slider is really good. Tanner, he's trending in the right direction. And, obviously Walker is on the IL. Fitzy threw the ball outstanding. Buehler did a good job, too. So we're in a good spot, deeper than in the past, and that's the reason we're able to compete on a nightly basis. We've been having chances to win the whole week, right? And it's because of the rotation.
What is the latest on Walker and Richard?
Yeah, Fitzy, he threw a bullpen yesterday, so that went well. He'll throw another one during the week. Walk, right now, he's not throwing, but he will start playing catch this week. The goal is for him to either join us in Detroit or in the next homestand here.
You trust Christian so much. He moves into the cleanup spot. You said the other day that's not a short-term thing. What does it say about the growth of a kid in 1 month in the big leagues that he can be your cleanup hitter?
No, I mean, this is where we at right now, roster-wise. Casas was supposed to be hitting fourth. It didn't happen, right? He struggled. Willie started hitting fourth. I think, he fits better hitting sixth or seventh in the lineup. He doesn't have to face so many lefties in that pocket up there. Mm-hmm. And I think controlling the strike zone, that's what Casey does. He does an outstanding job laying off pitches. It's a long at-bat. It's a good at-bat, so why not bunch them all together? And hopefully the fun starts tonight.
You talked about how Tristan was basically in shock when he rolled over the bag here. I know you've talked to him since, so what's his state of mind after the operation?
Yeah, I talked to him today. A little bit tired, of course, with the surgery on Sunday, having trouble to sleep, which is, obviously that's going to happen. But, the spirits are up, asking about the team, how are we doing, tough one on Sunday. And how you were in the surgery room, but excited about the future. That's the way I can put it. He knows that we have a great team here that are going to support him. We're going to get him to where he's supposed to be, and he's going to be playing again for us, hopefully sooner rather than later.
Two more quick ones, the guys on the mound. I mean, we saw Nate opening day. We know so much about him. You have this profound respect for the pitcher, the man. It was opening day. It's different. But what did he do in that game that was so successful?
He spun the ball more than we expected, and that's something that I was talking to Alex just now with Nate. You never know. You can look for tendencies the last two outings, and all of a sudden, against us today, it's four-seamers, and it's because he's doing his homework and he prepares. And we just got to be on top of our game. One of the things that he does, he gets ahead and he goes to the edges, so we cannot chase him around. We have to stay disciplined, look for the one in the middle, and put good swings on it.
What was it like looking in his eyes when he kept coming into the dugout in that Game 3, the extra innings of the World Series? What did you see, and what did you learn about him that day?
Yeah, there was a lot of confidence, but it started here. When we traded for him, I think his first outing was against Minnesota, and then the second one against New York. He went 7-8, and it was like, man, this kid, he likes it here. Like he really enjoyed it. A lot of energy, a lot of preparation. At that time, it was just cutters, right? He threw a lot of cutters. Now it's just full repertoire. But going back to that game, it's just a guy on a mission, And if you think about it, the cool thing about that, he basically put his career in jeopardy, 2 Tommy Johns. He pitched in game 1, pitched in game 2, came in relief in game 3, and I felt like they pitch every day, in the playoffs. And his preparation, the willingness to do anything to get a World Series ring, and he was able to accomplish that.
And then Lucas, he threw hard. He was really sharp. I thought he was awesome for his first 5 innings. What did you see from him, and how about tonight?
Fastball command, it was good. And if we continue to do that, move the fastball around, up and in, down and away to righties, use the changeup, do the same thing against lefties, we're going to be in a good spot. Like I said last week, if these guys are going to throw the ball the way they're doing it, we're going to have fun here. And I know it doesn't look that way, but, hey, man, we're right there, and hopefully this is our toughest stretch of the season. We can take off today and start having fun.
We appreciate the time. Are you worried you're going to get blacklisted from the Garden?
Well, probably, yeah.
Need to get a win.
Yeah. When the boys go with me, they win. So
get them up here.
They'll be here. They'll be here May 17th. Hopefully by that time they advance and we can go to the Garden again.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Will.
That was Alex Cora with our own Will Fleming. By the way, you can watch Red Sox pregame on Twitch. Just follow WEEI. A little love goes a long way. In the 2025 Subaru Forester Hybrid, learn more at SubaruofNewEngland.com. And if you're enjoying watching Red Sox pregame on Twitch, good news, everybody. The Red Sox have just made an announcement, and that is that the first pitch of this game has been delayed. We do not have an updated start time yet. I'm sure we probably won't have one for at least a little while here. So if you're enjoying all this, well, get ready, because it's going to be a lot more of that with Red Sox Sox Talk coming up here in the rain delay after we throw it over here a little bit from Will and Lenny, and then we'll come right back to me. In the meantime, still have a lot to get to here, including the scoreboard, Subaru of New England scoreboard. We will have the starting lineups from Herb Chambers, and we'll have a lock of the game as they are planning on playing it, and I do have a lock that I'm feeling pretty good about, so I'll have all that coming up next right here on the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
20% off sunglasses from Shadon Precision Eyewear. Hurry over to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and use promo code SPRING. See better and play better with Shadon. That's SeeBetterPlayBetter.com. Promo code SPRING.
I'm Tank Sinatra here with my co-host,
Investigator Slater.
We host the true crime podcast, Psychopedia.
Available on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to your podcasts.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or in third-party delivery platforms.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Find mom's best gift at Target. Now through Mother's Day, get up to 40% off gifts for her. Discover trendy apparel and swimwear that'll elevate any wardrobe. Jewelry that'll make her smile shine brighter, and even chocolate that'll turn any moment into something sweeter. There are endless options to choose from to show her she's the best. Hurry! Save 20 to 40% on select apparel, jewelry, chocolates, and more this Mother's Day only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Red Sox Review after the game on 93.7 WEEI.
Welcome back to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Christian Arcan here with you, and the Red Sox and the Rangers. Game 1 of this series at Fenway has officially been delayed. The team has not released a updated start time. We will keep you updated on that here on the broadcast. As any info that we get, we will certainly pass along to you. But we can tell you that first pitch was scheduled for 6:45 has officially been delayed till when we're not sure. Anyways, when they do finally get started, this is what the Herb Chambers starting lineups are. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars. We help people buy them. For the Red Sox, leading off in left field is Jaron Duran. He'll be followed by Rafael Devers, maybe future first baseman Rafael Devers, but he's DHing tonight. Alex Bregman at third will bat third. Christian Campbell getting the promotion up to the cleanup spot. He'll play second base. Willie Abreu, who's been slumping lately, will be down in the 5-hole in right field. Trevor Story will bat sixth and play shortstop. Abraham Toro, who was called up over the weekend to play first base, will play first base and bat seventh. Carlos Narvaez will do the catching and bat eighth. Ceddanne Rafaela is your number 9 hitter and center fielder behind the starter, Lucas Giolito. Over on the Texas side, the leadoff man is Josh Smith, the first baseman. He'll be followed by Wyatt Langford in left. Corey Seager will bat third and play shortstop, followed by young Jock Peterson, the DH. Marcus Semien batting fifth at second. Adolis Garcia will bat sixth and play right field, followed by Evan Carter in center. Jonah Heim doing the catching, and Josh Young will play third behind the starter, Nathan Eovaldi. Time now for the Subaru scoreboard update. A little love goes a long way in the 2025 Subaru Forester Hybrid. Learn more at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Couple of games to tell you about. One that has gone final, and that's the Nationals scoring a 10-9 win over the Guardians in Game 1 of a doubleheader over in D.C. at Nationals Park. And this one, not a lot of it was all offense, I would say. And James Wood for the Nationals hit his 9th home run. This guy's crushing dingers every other night, it seems like. And the Nationals take the first game. They'll play the second game later on tonight. Another game has been postponed already at Coors Field in Denver. Inclement weather out there have the Rockies and the Tigers making it up later in the season. Still to come tonight. There are a full slate of games here for in the majors, starting in Miami with the Marlins and the Dodgers. A 6:40 start time out there. Tony Gonsolin and Cal Quantrill are your starters in that one. The Tampa Bay Rays will play host to the Phillies at 7:05. Drew Rasmussen will start for Tampa. Zach Wheeler going for the Phils. The Yankees, who had a 2-0 lead in the 8th inning last night against the Padres, ended up blowing it. A 4-run 8th for San Diego. They hold on and have won 6 in a row now. They're the hottest team in baseball, the Padres are. They'll try and make it 7 in a row tonight in the Bronx. Michael King and Clark Schmidt are your starters there. Andrew Abbott and Chris Sale will be the starters in Atlanta as the Braves host the Reds. Game 2 of the doubleheader between the Nats and the Guardians will get underway at 7:30. That'll be Brad Lord and Ben Lively, your starters there. Minnesota Twins, who the Red Sox just got beat by 2 out of 3, will host the Baltimore Orioles at 7:40 at Target Field. It'll be Cade Povich and Pablo Lopez, your starters there. Chicago White Sox are in Kansas City. The Royals, who are very hot right now, get underway at 7:40. 7:40 start time in Milwaukee between the Astros and the Brewers. Same time, 7:40 start at Wrigley Field. Cubs and the Giants. It'll be Colin Ray and Justin Verlander, your starters there. Speaking of good starting pitchers, Paul Skeens will get the start for the Pittsburgh Pirates, who are not playing well right now. One of the coldest teams in all of baseball. They're in St. Louis trying to turn things around, and usually they can do that when Skeens is out there, but I guess we'll see. They'll get underway at 7:45. A 9:38 start time in Anaheim for the Angels and the Blue Jays. Jose Urena and Tyler Anderson, your starters there. A 9:40 start time out in the desert for the D-backs and the Mets. And at 10:05, the A's will host the Mariners. Emerson Hancock and Jeffrey Springs are your starters in that one. It's now time for the lock of the game, presented by Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit them online at newenglandmetalroofing.com and never re-roof again. Here's what I'm thinking. Bad weather. Right? You don't score a lot of runs in bad weather often, do you? And before there was even bad weather, I was thinking Texas's offense is not good. Statistically, they're down at the bottom. They're one of the worst team offenses in all of baseball. But they got Nathan Eovaldi out there tonight. And Nathan Eovaldi has been very, very good this year. He has been mowing guys down. Unfortunately for him, he's not getting a lot of run support and only comes into this with a record of 2-2. But his ERA is like just a hair over 2, 2.12, I want to say, like very, very strong. I think that Giolito is going to continue to pitch well, especially against this lousy offense. And because of those things, for those reasons, I sound like I'm giving a pitch on Shark Tank. And for those reasons, I am out. No, for those reasons, I'm going with under 8.5. Under 8.5 runs combined between the two teams. Again, Texas's offense stinks, and the Red Sox against Nathan Eovaldi, we already saw that on the opening day. Not great. They won the game, but certainly not because of any work they did off of Nathan Eovaldi. So that's my main take there, and that's what I'm going to go with for my lock of the game. All right, the Red Sox and the Rangers are delayed. The tarp is still on the field, as we know right now. It is going to be, according to the forecast anyway, rain is going to be moving around here. It could be a little bit more later on, so no word yet on when they're going to start this thing back up, if they're going to start this thing back up. But we're here for you with Sox Talk, and of course we'll hear in a little bit from Will Fleming and Lenny DiNardo as they give you the boots on the ground weather forecast about what's happening there. And Joe Braverman is now frantically trying to tell me something. He's telling me to look at my phone. I'm looking at the phone, and we got a 7:15 estimated start time. How about that? All right, it's not bad. It's only a half-hour delay. You look at the field. I mean, it really looks like Noah's about to sail by in the ark is what it looks like out there. It is called it apocalyptic, Will did, and I don't disagree with that. It is lousy looking out there. But the thing about those hard storms, especially around here, quick. They come in, it rains so hard you can't even see through your windshield for like 10 seconds, and then all of a sudden it's gone, and it's like it never happened. So it could be just as simple as that. And maybe that's what we're going to be seeing here. A 7:15 start time is now what they're aiming for. And listen, maybe this is all some kind of sign, because the Red Sox right now, I think, are in a bit of a tough spot, as when it seems like they're beginning to click, when it seems like things are starting to come together, something seems to always go a little funky. Something seems to go a little haywire. In the early parts of the year, it was the offense. Outside of Wilyer Abreu and Christian Campbell, no one could hit. And that went for Devers, that went for Duran, that went for basically everybody. Even Bregman got off to a slow start. Now Bregman's killing it. Abreu's been good, although he's cooled off lately. Story's had some ups and downs. Devers, same thing. Duran's been good. But in the beginning of the year, the offense seemed like it was an issue. It was going to be an issue this year. And it started to click. The starting pitching, with a couple of exceptions, I think that when 3 out of your 5 starters are out there, you can feel pretty good about them. The Tanner Houck starts, you're not sure. The end of the rotation, whether it's Sean Newcomb or whoever it is there, you're not always sure what you're going to get there. But I think 3/5 of a rotation, if that's what you're confident in, that's pretty good. And then there's the bullpen, who for the first, 6-7 weeks of the season seemed like it was going to be a major strength and something that this team could hang its hat on. Even if it's a small lead, they can hand it off. They can hand off the lead and be okay. And instead, lately, it's become a bit of a liability. They are tied for the lead in blown saves with the Phillies. They both have 8 blown saves. Not great. They don't have a lot of holds. And while I do think that there is some legit firepower at the back end there with Aroldis Chapman, the bridge to get there is looking a little bit shakier, and that's unfortunate. I'm Christian Arcan. This has been the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. First pitch may be delayed, but we're still going to send it over to Fenway right now to talk with Will Fleming and Lenny DiNardo here on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You've been listening to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Mass Mutual, insurance, planning, investments. The Red Sox are coming up next on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
There are two types of golfers, those that can hit solid golf shots wearing sunglasses and those that wish they could. Shaden Precision Eyewear is all about better vision and better golf. If you're lacking confidence to wear sunglasses while hitting golf shots, go to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and learn why so many tour players and their caddies have switched to the Shaden brand. Use the code SPRING to get 20% off and a 30-day money-back guarantee. That's SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and the code SPRING to see the golf course like you've never seen it before.
I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. And together we have the podcast Office Ladies. Just because we finished rewatching The Office does not mean we're going anywhere. Every Wednesday, we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories from The Office and our friendship with brand new guests. Plus, you can revisit all the Office Ladies rewatch episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode.
So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
What? All the budget has to be used now? And we can use all the media buy?
Javier's marketing firm just got its dream funding.
Okay, ideas. Bobbleheads? No. T-shirt cannon? I seriously need some help here.
He needs to find marketing managers who are worth every dollar.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Sponsoring a job on Indeed gives it a visibility boost, so you can hire faster. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
Hey, it's Lou Merlone. And while I can tell you firsthand Ortho Laser New England healed my elbow pain, let's hear from someone more qualified on how they've redefined orthopedic care. Dr. Scott Sigmund, board-certified orthopedic surgeon and founder of OrthoLaser.
Thanks, Lou. I founded OrthoLaser to provide a safer alternative to opioids and medications using the proven healing power of laser therapy. OrthoLaser delivers painless relief without needles or side effects. Whether you're recovering from surgery, healing an injury, or managing chronic pain, our state-of-the-art laser works naturally with your body to accelerate recovery. We are surgeon-driven, patient-focused, and partnered with the top orthopedic specialists in the country. Our mission is simple, to help you move better and live your life pain-free once again.
Thanks, Dr. Sigmund. If pain is slowing you down, do what I did and relieve your pain with Ortho Laser New England. Locations in Dedham, Chelmsford, and Nashua, New Hampshire. Online at ortholaserne.com.
This is Red Sox baseball.
Can you believe it?
On the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
And the left field, adios. Sale winds, he fires. Swing and a miss, strike three, it's over. And the Red Sox win on a wall double by Devers. Jump on his back, fellas. The Red Sox win.
The Red Sox on WEEI are brought to you by Shaws and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network. Subaru of New England. Find your authorized Subaru retailer at SubaruofNewEngland.com.
And Hideo Novo's pitched a no-hitter.
Mass Mutual, insurance, planning, investments. Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com.
And that ball is gone into the front row of the monster seats.
Drains by James. Eastern Mass's choice for drain cleaning and pipelining. Arbella. Here for good.
Devers is homered in 5 straight.
Buy cars for kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today. Ford Trucks. Official truck of the Boston Red Sox.
Strike 3 and no-hitter. 23-year-old Clay Buchholz has no-hit the Baltimore Orioles.
Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Sponsored by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Duran will score.
Dig Safe. Click digsafe.com or call 811 before you dig. Cape Cod Lumber. Find the lumber for your next project. cclco.com.
Way back. Grand slam.
Citgo. Club Citgo can save you money every day. When you start with Citgo, you're good to go. 110 Grill. Gluten-free dining done right. C&S Wholesale Grocers.
It's gone. Into the bullpen.
Brought to you by FindMassMoney.gov. The Department of Veteran Affairs. Hackman Wealth Partners. Boston's premier retirement planning specialist. Herb Chambers. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars, we help people buy them. Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com. Never re-roof again.
Swing and a miss. He got him. Battle won by House.
McFarland Energy, the region's most dependable provider of home heating oil delivery, as well as expert HVAC services at McFarlandEnergy.com. Northern Bank, your partner for growth.
Here's the throw. Roberts dives, and he is safe.
And by Verizon Wireless, the network Boston relies on.
Goodbye, Christian Campbell.
Now, with all the play-by-play action, here's Will Fleming and Lenny DiNardo.
Good evening, everybody. We welcome you to a damp but suddenly tarp-free Fenway Park, where tonight the Red Sox will indeed play the opener of a 3-game series with the Texas Rangers. For so much of this afternoon, the tarp has been on the field. Heavy rains moved through the back bay, and this game was very much in question. However, the field looks beautiful. We are scheduled for a 7:15 first pitch tonight between the Red Sox and the Rangers. Lucas Giolito will make his Fenway debut in a Red Sox uni. He'll be opposed by Nate Eovaldi, our old friend, who arguably is off to the best start of his entire career at 35 years old. Along with Lenny DiNardo, Will Fleming welcoming you to drizzly and damp Fenway Park, but it has cleared. We're going to have a ball game in about 30 minutes. So we'll set the scene here and then send it off to Christian Arcan for just a little bit of Sox talk before getting it back here at about 10 past the hour. Red Sox and the Rangers. Lenny, it is good to see you. The Red Sox lost 4 of 5. They've blown 3 saves in that stretch. The numbers really do not add up with this team. They are better on paper. They've done enough good things to not be where they are today, which is 18 up and 18 down.
Yeah, I mean, it's been the bullpen, basically. The starting pitching's been great. I feel like they're not quite striking out as much all day. They can cut that down as well. They're running. You're seeing a very dynamic team on the base pass, but it comes down to making certain pitches in certain locations when it really counts late in the game. That's kind of what we're seeing so far recently.
Which is amazing because the bullpen for the first 3 weeks of this season was really one of the strengths. It's been unusual suspects, whether it's Slayton and Whitlock, that have really given up these games. We'll see if the Red Sox can settle in. They've got their hands full with Nate Eovaldi. The Speed Report is brought to you by Verizon. Get to your local Verizon store today to check out the latest deals. And what's amazing, Lenny, 35 years old, Eovaldi, we saw him on opening day in Texas. He was spinning the ball more than the Red Sox expected him to, though he is still throwing hard, and he is like joining some of the great pitchers of all time through the first 6 weeks of the season with what he's done to begin this year.
If you're going to pitch into your mid-30s, your late 30s, you have to have a tremendous work ethic. And when you think of Nathan Eovaldi, that's the first thing that comes to mind for me is this guy gets after it. He knows exactly what to do to be in peak physical condition. He's got a plan every day he takes the mound, and he's a strike thrower. This is a guy that fills up the strike zone, not just with strikes, but with quality strikes. You've seen it throughout his career, but he continues to get better at getting in the strike zone and, like you said, spinning it, not relying on his really plus fastball. He throws that, but he throws quality off speed off the fastball. That's why he's been effective so far this season, filling up the strike zone with those quality pitches.
I'm really one of Alex Cora's favorite, one of our all-time favorites for what he did here over 5 seasons with the Red Sox. The Red Sox Injury Report is brought to you by Catches Law Group, champions for the injured with more than $3 billion recovered for New Englanders. Richard Fitz threw a bullpen yesterday. He cleared every hurdle that he meant to. Walker Buehler is going to start playing catch in the next couple of days. Tristan Casas had the successful surgery. Apparently, he's in good spirits. But overall, Lenny, I mean, the depth of the rotation, we'll see it with Giolito tonight. Bayo pitching better, Houck pitching better, Fitz, and, of course, Buehler on the mend. All of a sudden, the starting rotation looks the part.
Yeah, they've thrown 5 or more innings in the last 16 games. So they're going out there, they're holding up their end of the bargain. The longer they go, the deeper they go into these games, that's going to go out there and help this bullpen as well, so they're not out there taxed, throwing too many pitches on consecutive days. So, again, you want to see these guys continue to go out there and fill up the strike zone. And if they can be successful that third time around the lineup, then the bullpen's going to be rested, and they're going to go out there and have successful outings as well.
You know, Alex Cora made the point to me before the game, Lenny. We are now about 27 minutes away from first pitch. The Red Sox and the Rangers in a little bit of a rain delay, but the field is being prepared as we speak. That people focus on the blown saves in the bullpen, but what Alex would like to see is the offense to close games more effectively, to get bigger leads. We're going to get into some of the numbers with the big hitters and wins versus losses at the broadcast progresses here tonight, but the bottom line numbers, they're in the top 6, 7 in all the important offensive categories, but something has not always clicked, Lenny. They have been consistently inconsistent on offense.
Yes, and they score significantly more runs early in games compared to late, and I'm not sure if it's approach or not, but I'm feeling like, the bullpen, you've got guys that are coming at you with hard fastballs, 1 or 2 pitches that are really good, but you have to be able to change the approach and go after those guys differently. You typically, when you have your team meetings going into series, you talk a lot about the starting pitcher, the approach to take versus them. When it comes to the bullpen, it can be a different story. So again, changing the approach, trying to stay out of 2-strike counts, which has hurt them this season. They're second in the league as far as striking out, but at the same time, it's weird because they've got a ton of hits. They're leading the AL in hits and 2-strike counts, but they're still striking out a ton. So it's strange.
They got the 3rd most hits in big league baseball. But to your point, Lenny, we will get into it. The numbers in the first 4 innings versus the final 5 are just really eye-opening, and see if the Red Sox can carry it forward. This is not Texas weather. The Rangers play under the comforts of the roof at Globe Life Field, and the Red Sox will see how that factors into the ball game tonight. It's Giolito, it's Eovaldi, Red Sox, and the Rangers. We'll step aside. Christian Arcand will have a little Sox talk, but not much. We got a ball game at 7:15, so we'll talk to you in about 20 minutes from Fenway Park. Sox and Rangers right after this. But Sox Talk first on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Arbella Insurance has been doing business in the New England community for over 35 years. They're your friends, your neighbors, and fellow Boston fans. They do the wave at the ballpark together and get stuck in the same Sturrow Drive traffic. At Arbella, being your neighbor helps them provide you with the coverage you need to drive, live, or run a business in this part of the country we call home. Arbella, here for Boston fans, here for good.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
All right, welcome in. It's Sox Talk. First Sox Talk of the year, everybody. All right, come on. First for me, anyway. I think there's been some other Sox Talks that have happened here, but this is the first one for Arcand, so I'm happy about that. Love a good Sox Talk. Definitely enjoy it. I enjoy speaking to the people, especially in a game setting like this, because you have listeners from all over the world who are listening in for the Red Sox and now get to listen to me for a few minutes. And when I say a few minutes, I mean they're going to get this thing going here in about 10 minutes or so. So we don't have a lot of time. What I do want to do to spend the time here is let you know that Craig Breslow spoke on, I believe it was Nesson pregame, and had some interesting things to say about the young players in the minor leagues, specifically Roman Anthony, Marcelo Meyer, and the idea, if you thought maybe that they were going to get taught how to play first base, I think you got a better chance of that happening with Rafael Devers based on what Breslow had to say earlier today, and here that is right now.
Craig Breslow, Chief Baseball Officer, joins us now. Closing in on the quarter poll, Craig. 18-18. We're talking about 9 of those 18 losses are one-run losses. When you look at that, is that disappointing because those are games you could win? Is that a sign that, you're right there, it's not a massive overhaul? How do you sort of assess what we've seen so far?
Yeah, well, I think you look at where you are relative to where you thought you would be, and there's no question, our expectations are heightened for this season, and so it's disappointing in that I think there were winnable games that got away from us, and you can look back at the end of a season and point to particular losses, and in a lot of ways that could shape your season. But it's early, and there are some things that we're doing pretty well, and right now it seems like we're kind of less the whole is greater than the sum of the parts, and more that the parts individually look pretty good, but they're not coming together to win games, and that's something that we need to fix. Anytime
you lose a player, a starter, for a season-ending injury, that is a big blow. Tristan Casas' injury kind of shocked the system last year. It's also a position where you didn't have a platoon going, and there were some questions about that. First of all, how is Tristan doing? We talked to Alex Cora today, said he spoke with him today. The surgery went well. Can you give us an update on how that's all gone?
Yeah. So he's in good hands. We believe in our medical staff, and Tristan feels very comfortable with us. But it was a significant surgery, obviously a season-ending injury, and more than anything, you just feel for Tristan, given what he's been through the last, not just last year, but the last few years. And we had high hopes for him. He had high hopes for himself, and we're going to have to press pause on those right now.
Toro tonight, and I always will sort of chuckle at spring training when you look at some of the players who brought in and signed, right, that fans aren't talking about, and you say, this guy's probably going to be important before it's all said and done. It's just a reminder that there's no such thing as an insignificant move to a major league team, right? You end up diving into that depth sometimes earlier than you'd want to, but these are the guys you need to sort of help you through a season.
No doubt about it, and there are guys who you initially sign as depth who go on to play critical roles, and you look back at successful seasons and you think about guys like Koji Uehara or Shane Victorino or Johnny Gomes, who were more intended to be complementary pieces who play prominent roles on really successful teams. And it's a credit, I think, to the pro scouting group and those who identified guys like Toro who could come in and fill a need. But that conversation is obviously fluid, and we'll need to figure out not just this short-term kind of solution, but something longer term as well.
Might be easier to list the people who have not been rumored as a possible first base fix. But obviously, Rafael Devers is the guy who played a corner infield. He was the third baseman prior to the acquisition of Bregman. Is there any thought, after not playing any position here for about a quarter of a season, to try to get him at first base? And how tough would that be to get him going at a position now?
Yeah, well, I think we need to be sensitive to how we've gotten to this moment. We also need to be willing to put all ideas and options on the table. So we're still kicking things around internally. And I think the one thing that we will do is try to uncover every rock to figure out how to make the team as competitive as we can.
Vaughn Grissom's been playing some first base. He's back at second base today. He's off to a great start offensively. Is he a guy who will get more time at first with the possibility of being part of that mix?
Yeah, he's definitely a guy that we want to get a longer look at. At this moment, I think he's got 4 games in Worcester at first base, but he's someone that we've always believed can hit, and the start of this season gives no indication that we'd be wrong at that, right? And not only is he hitting, but he's hitting the ball hard, and he's slugging a little bit, and so we're really encouraged with what we're seeing from him.
You've been asked a lot in this scenario about Anthony and Meyer, not because either necessarily profiles as a first baseman, but fans are excited to find a way to see them at the major league level. Tell us about that a little bit. When you've got 2 prospects who have shown so much promise, who have come so far at their positions, how difficult would it be to have them suddenly pick up a new position at the major league level?
Yeah, and I think that that excitement is merited based on the talent that they have and the impact that we believe they're going to have at the big league level. But it's a hard enough transition to go from the minor leagues to the big leagues and to try to learn a new position alongside that. I think it's a difficult ask. And both of those guys are good defenders at their positions as things things currently stand. So we're really excited about what they're doing, and we're really excited about what we think they're capable of doing in the big leagues. But more than likely, that's going to come at the positions that they're familiar with.
Last segment, we were talking about Masataka Yoshida. We heard from him today. Feels good at the plate, but the throwing has not gone well. How frustrating is that there's a guy who maybe could help you, but he's not fully ready to come back in the role you want him at?
Yeah, I think it's frustrating for Masa in that he sees a path to impacting the club, and it's frustrating for us because he's a guy that we'd love to to have as an option. And we talked about the path to at bats being to be able to play in the field, and unfortunately, his recovery at the plate has outpaced what he's able to do in the field right now, and so he's still having hurdles as it relates to getting through the throwing, and we need him to be able to play defense.
We talked about the one-run games earlier. You were a reliever. Bullpens sort of go through ebbs and flows over the course of a season. Is it too early in the season to be concerned about leads being lost? Your closing has been great. 14-0 after 8 innings when you have the lead, but the 6th, 7th, 8th inning has been a problem at times. Is that a major concern right now, or do you believe that's something that'll work itself out?
I think it will work itself out, but that doesn't mean that we should ignore it. I think we need to focus on what is going wrong and what's driving that. And it's easy to think about the execution or the lack of execution and how frequently we've been getting beat with 2 strikes. And so I think there's a mentality there. And I know our pitching group is working really, really hard, but a lot of this is just kind of the unfortunate clustering of poor performances. If these had been spread out over the course of a season, you would say that's the life of a reliever. But when they happen consecutively and they're sequenced one after another, it becomes more emotional, it becomes more visible and more difficult to digest.
Judging from what Walker Buehler said, sounds like maybe he dodged a bullet, that it's not as big a concern as some of us thought it might have been when he was placed on the IL. What's the latest on Buehler?
Yeah, we're optimistic there. I think, given where we are in the season, his history, it made sense to play this pretty conservatively. But based on everything we know, it should be a short stint, and we expect to have him back out there soon.
All right, we'll finish with good news. Craig, we appreciate the visit. Thanks.
Thank you.
Got anything on the weather?
That was Tom Caron with Craig Breslow, with some interesting discussion there about what they're going to do at first base. Now, the part I zoomed in on and focused in on the most was him basically saying that there's not much of a chance that they're going to call up one of the kids and put him at first base. Don't expect that. It seemed like he was more optimistic about someone like Von Grissom, perhaps. Even Rafael Devers moving over to first base from DH, I think, and Will Fleming was definitely excited. That was the one he liked the most. He was impassioned about that. I didn't want to argue with him too much because I don't think that's a bad idea, personally. But also with Rafael Devers, who knows? You moved him from third base to DH and he went 0 for 20. It's hard to know exactly what sort of reaction there's going to be there. Does he want to play first base? Can he play first base? As we all heard in Moneyball, it's incredibly hard to play first base. However, you ask certain people and they say, yeah, if you're used to playing third, then playing first base is a breeze. So I have no idea. I couldn't tell you. I tend to think that when you talk about stuff like that, you talk about guys who play third base well. They're really good at playing third base, so first base is easy. What if you lead the league in errors at third base every year? Is first base still easy? I guess that's the question that I have. But really what it's all about and what I took away the most there is that neither Roman Anthony nor Marcelo Meyer are going to be the options at first base. They're not going to do that. They're not going to rush to that. I think that would the details of all this would have to get much worse. It would have to become a much more dire situation in order for something like that to happen. And we may get there. I mean, listen, who knows? It's only May 6th. We still have a lot of time for a lot of things to happen here in this season, and a lot of people to get hurt or get healthy. And this is another thing here. Perhaps, and Sean McAdams said this last night, perhaps they look outside the organization. Perhaps they get first base help from one of these lousy teams that they keep losing to, something like that. The Twins, Ty France is right there at first base, power hitter. He may be the reason Cass has ended up getting hurt because you did see him step on his foot. But, there's first basemen on bad teams right now that could probably come in here and give you something. The question is going to be, who's going to want to make a trade on May 6th or at any point in May? It's rare that you see moves like that get made, even with bad teams. Usually they hold out a little bit or at least wait till the deadline when teams are desperate, very desperate, pennant race desperate. Not, we need a first baseman in May type desperate. So I don't know. I mean, we'll see if that's even a possibility. If it is, then it would be wise for Craig Breslow to go out and do something like that because I hate to say it, but you need to get some kind of real legitimate Tristan Casas insurance here. That needs to be something that you do. Unfortunately, with this whole situation, you're not really sure. Let's pause 10 seconds right now for station ID on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Okay, Alex Cora spoke to the media before the game. He wasn't quite as in-depth as Craig Breslow, but he did answer some questions about some pressing topics, and let's hear from that right now. Here's Alex Cora in the pregame.
We talked to Massa earlier, and he was just kind of saying about the pain's still there, just trying to push through it. Like, from your end, I guess you just kind of have to deal with how he's dealing with it, basically?
Yeah, I know he's frustrated. I think we all are, right? It was major surgery. It was, and we haven't rushed him through the process. We've been very patient, and we will stay patient with him. He wants to play, and we got to get it going throwing-wise, and it's been a challenge. But it's not lack of effort. It's not lack of resources. I think our guys have done an amazing job. It hasn't happened yet.
How did Fitz get through the bullpen?
Good. I just talked to him. He was here yesterday. He felt great. Probably another one during the week. Not sure. We haven't talked about rehab assignment yet, so we'll be patient with him. But he's feeling great.
What about with Walker?
Feeling good. He hasn't. I think he gets going tomorrow as far as like throwing and all that. But I talked to him a little bit today, and he's in a good spot. Hopefully by the end of the Detroit series, that's when he can come off the IL. If not, during the homestand.
Do you think this is something else where you can just put him right back in the big league rotation? Or would he...
As of now, yes. We believe that. Mm-hmm.
With the what you've seen from Liam the last 2 times out?
Better fastball, off-speed pitches, expanding, which is great. So the more he goes out there, the better he's going to be. We have to, take it one day at a time, see how he feels. 2 out of 3 days, and then see how he bounces back. I think the next thing is back-to-back, right? It's a lot different than spring training, right? It's a lot different than a rehab assignment. We're trying to win ball games, as many as possible, but we have to know what we can get from him. And so far, he's been good.
Could you see him, just with the experience, and if he's pitching like this, getting higher leverage opportunities and stuff?
I mean, we're going to continue to throw him out there, and he's going to keep getting better, and that was the goal before we signed him, right? To be a guy in the back end, and he's done it before. I don't doubt that he can do it again.
Is it fair to say the last couple were pretty good?
The fastball was good. Off-speed pitches, he was able to expand with it, which is great, yeah.
Since we last talked to you a couple of days ago, is there anybody that's expressed interest in playing first base to you, like on the team, or trying?
Around the world? Oof, a lot of people. Around the world, a lot of people. Yeah. Getting texts and messages and all that. No, I mean, we're staying the course. We got these 2 guys here. Tori's starting today. Romy has done an amazing job. He starts over there, so we'll keep going that way.
Is Tristan still at the hospital, or where is he at?
Who? At his house. I talked to him today. In pain, a lot of pain. It's been a challenge to sleep, but for how bad it is, it wasn't the worst case scenario. That's why he expressed to me. That's what the doctor said. So, now it's just a matter. I think JJ and Brandon we're gonna go to clean up the stitches and all that stuff. And I don't know when we're gonna see him, but he's at the house. Yeah.
You talked about the Raffy first base thing the other day. Have you had any conversations with him about it?
No.
Don't plan to?
No.
Along those lines about getting the opportunities right now, first, Toro getting this chance here tonight.
Mm-hmm.
How familiar were you with his skill set?
Saw him from afar, from the other side. A good at bat, a good defender, versatile. But in spring training, we were able to see him on an everyday basis. He has a pretty good idea offensively. He knows what he wants to do. He hunts pitches in certain areas and he executes. He's patient enough that he can slow it down. And he did an amazing job in spring training, got off to a great start in AAA. And you sign those guys in the offseason for opportunities, for situations like this, right? And we expect him to play a little bit at first, and we expect him to contribute.
We talked with Toro when he was in AAA, and he told me that the organization asked him to hit with more power and to hit better the fastball. He had a great spring training and had a first great month in AAA. What do you see about him?
No, what I saw in spring training is the player that we've seen in the past, you know, a good at bat. He's a good at bat. He's a good versatile player. He's a big leaguer in a championship caliber team. You know, he's been in organizations that have struggled, others have been good, you know, he's been part of that, you know, and that's, like I said before, one of the reasons you sign these guys is if something happens, you can count on them. They can come here and contribute, and that's what I expect from him.
With Tristan, now that this surgery is done, do you have a sense of how long the recovery will be as far as will he last into next spring training and next season?
No, not yet. I don't know. I can get back to you probably tomorrow about that.
How much concern is there about the drop in velo, for Garrett? Crochet.
I'm not concerned. I think it will be there. I read his quotes about mechanics. I read his quotes about, hey, that day, if those are the mechanics, I'm not going to try to fix it because I got a job to do. It's just to, quote unquote, survive, right, with what we have. So I'm not that concerned with it. Like I said, we saw the velo early on. It will be there. You know, he keeps getting people out. He's recovering the right way. The one thing that we have to think about, right? Like this is the first time it's a full go, right? Like this is not pitch count or innings limits, you know, and that has to play into it, right? Like we have to take a look at that and see if there's something there, but I don't think that's the case. We're gonna give him the days that he needs throughout the season. Like I said before, the schedule is going to help us at one point make decisions about that, right? If we skip a start or we, push guys back, for them to stay on course. So we'll use the schedule for his benefit. But so far, as far as like the outings and bouncing back from them, it's been great.
That was Alex Cora before the game. Obviously, the game hasn't started yet. That was earlier today, addressing the media, covering a range of topics. Most interesting one there, of course, was the Rafael Devers back and forth. Did anyone express interest in playing first base? Yeah, a lot of people around the world have expressed interest in playing first base. Hasn't talked to Rafi about it, though. And we'll see if that ends up happening. Someone's going to have to break the ice. Someone's going to have to go out over to the other side of the gym and ask someone to dance. Otherwise, you're not going to have a first baseman. Anyway, Red Sox and the Rangers, after a short delay, should be getting underway at Fenway Park in just a moment. Will Fleming and Lenny DiNardo have the call. I'm Christian Arcan. This has been an abbreviated Sox Talk. Enjoy the Red Sox, and maybe we'll talk to you later.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Do you suffer from projectile dysfunction? That's when there's something stuck in your drains and pipes causing a backup. It can happen to the best of us, and Drains by James can get you unclogged and feeling free again. Projectile dysfunction can be serious if not treated right away. It will impact things at home, and you'll wonder why you didn't take care of it sooner. Go to drainsbyjames.com. Drains by James. They give a poop about your pipes.
Ask your smart speaker to play 93.7 WEEI. Now back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
With a light rain falling, we welcome you back to Fenway Park, but we are on schedule to start here at 7:15. The Red Sox and the Texas Rangers. Will Fleming and Lenny DiNardo. Both these clubs scuffling a little bit. The Rangers, a chic pick to emerge as the pennant winners in the American League. They come in a game under 500. The Sox, meantime, just like the Rangers, have dropped 4 of 5, and they come in 18 up and 18 down. This series begins a gauntlet for the Red Sox. They got the Rangers, then the Royals, the Tigers, the Braves, a little bit later the New York Mets. It is going to be a real tough stretch for the Red Sox. So time to level up for a club with postseason aspirations. The good news for the Red Sox is that the American League East has been a little bit scrabbled up. The Sox come in a game and a half behind the New York Yankees, who had a blow-up from Devin Williams last night, and they've lost 4 times with a lead in the 8th inning or later. So bullpen problems, a little contagious in the AL East. So Lenny DiNardo, great to have you back. You got your radio beard working. We'd love to see that.
Got my grays out. Proud to have them.
Yeah, it's, I would say salt and pepper, but it's really a lot more salt than pepper.
Mike Myers used to sit in the bullpen and pick out a gray if he could find it. This is back 04-05. Now, good luck finding a dark hair in my head.
He'd be picking at a lot of them. So the lineup cards have been exchanged. We'll set the scene here. These starting lineups are brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. The Texas Rangers were expected to have one of the great offenses in all of baseball, and it just has not panned out. Now, Josh Smith at the top of the order has played really well. He leads off for Bruce Bochy. He's the first baseman. Then Wyatt Langford has had a hot start. He killed the Red Sox down in Arlington to begin the season. Corey Seager is about the last hitter, the shortstop who bats third, who's had a good start to the season for the Rangers. Then Jock Peterson, who's 8 for 85. That's their cleanup hitter. And their designated hitter, Marcus Semien, off to a really shaky start. He's at second base. He bats fifth. Adolis Garcia is in right field batting sixth. Evan Carter just back up from the minor leagues dealing with a back injury. He's in center field batting seventh. Jonah Heim, the catcher, bats eighth. And then Josh Young is the third baseman. He bats ninth. Lucas Giolito onto the mound for the first time in a Red Sox uniform here at Fenway Park. This park has not been kind to Lucas in his 2 starts as a visitor. We'll get into that a little bit as we go along, but really encouraging debut last time out for the right-hander Lucas Giolito. Meantime, for Alex Cora's Red Sox, Jarren Duran leads it off. He's the left fielder. Rafi Devers has started to really swing a hot bat. He's the DH. He bats second. Alex Bregman knows a thing or two about facing off against the Texas Rangers in a big spot. He's the third baseman. He bats third. Christian Campbell is going to be Alex Cora's cleanup hitter. He's the second baseman, and he is in that 4 hole here today. Wilyer Abreu slots down to the 5 spot. He's in right. Trevor Story is in a major offensive funk, looking to get it going today against Eovaldi. He's the shortstop batting 6th. Then Abraham Toro gets the start at first base batting 7th, first time in a Red Sox uniform. Carlos Narvaez catches and bats 8th, and Cedon Rafaela is in center field batting 9th. We do owe you the national anthem. We'll try to sneak it in. Brought to you by BuildSubmarines.com. Beautiful job on the Star-Spangled Banner. Lucas Giolito raced to the mound. He's thrown a couple of pitches in light rain. 1 strike, 1 ball to Josh Smith, the left-handed hitter. So at last, the Sox and the Rangers in rain are underway. The 1-1 pitch is in the dirt, a fastball, 93 miles an hour, and it's 2-1. Lenny, Lucas Giolito in his Red Sox debut in Toronto, throwing hard, was excellent, touched 96 on the radar. Met expectations.
Yeah, I mean, I love the fact that first inning or two, he was 91 to 93. By the fourth inning, he was up to 96.
2-1 is lined into left. A slick track, and Duran plays hockey goalie. Plays it on one hop at his belt buckle. Little slicing line drive for Josh Smith. And for the Rangers in the first, the leadoff man is aboard.
Yeah, one thing to look for, last time out, he was about 92% fastball changeup. Really didn't throw at that third pitch. His fastball was great. He went 1 for 11, most of his strikeouts. But, you know, the changeup, he gave up 2 home runs late. So you got to mix up that third pitch if you want to get through that third time.
Yeah, it really looked like they were sitting on it the third time through. Here's Wyatt Langford, who's off to a great start in his sophomore season. The pitch is outside of fastball, and it's 1-0. 92 for Lucas. This is miserable to play baseball in. Giolito made 2 starts here with the Chicago White Sox and got crushed in both of them. 1 on, none out for Langford, right-handed hitter. The pitch is outside, another changeup, and it is 2-0.
It's funny, when you come up in the minor leagues, they always tell you, hey, you might not get an opportunity in this organization. You're always trying out for the other team. But typically, if you're playing for the other team, it means you threw well against them.
No doubt about that. 2-0. The pitch is a strike. Didn't have to be, but a 93-mile-an-hour fastball called strike one. So 2-1. John Bacon, the home plate umpire. C.B. Buckner at first, Adam Beck at second, and the crew chief, Dan Iasonia, is at third. These Rangers really do not score. The 2-1 is a double play ball to short. Story's got a room service, hop to second for one, relay to first. Is not in time. Sort of pulled Toro off the bag. Not the best feed from Story, actually. Campbell threw it up the right field side of the first base bag, and Toro lunged, but apparently could not keep his foot on the bag.
Yeah, Trevor got a tailor-made ground ball right there, but ended up taking 3 or 4 steps. He wasn't close to the bag, so I think he tried to close up that gap with his feet rather than throwing the baseball. Would have been better because the ball's always going to be faster than your body.
His feet are always moving defensively, Story. White Langford runs really well, so he stays out of the double play. And here is Corey Seager, 2-time World Series MVP, 291 with 4 homers and 8 driven in. Pitch fouled back. Changeup to the screen, and it's 0-1. 7:16 p.m., 60 degrees in the rain at Fenway. Time and temp brought to you by Hatfield Marinated Pork. Elevate your grilling game with Hatfield Marinated Pork tenderloins and taste victory with every bite. 0-1. Giolito to Seager. Here's the pitch, and it's high with a fastball. Not thrown nearly as hard, 92, and it's 1-1.
If you look at last time out, he was right around here, 91, 92 the first couple innings, and then he kind of geared it up. He did get up to 94, 96 a little bit later in his outing.
1-1. Pitch is a strike. Fastball, 93. Brett Boone, hired by the Rangers as a major league hitting coach. This club had an offensive coordinator that they fired yesterday.
Donnie Ecker was the guy, then apparently just wasn't getting it done. You look at the stats, they don't lie.
Under 3 runs a game on average, these Rangers, 29th in baseball. Particularly, they scuffle on the road. Hope that continues. 1-2, 1 on, 1 out to pitch. High pop foul on the third base side.
I feel like what Brett's going to bring to the club is basically his knowledge through experience. They're going to have guys with laptops. They're going to talk about different scenarios and analytics, but he's the type of guy, because of his resume, that's going to say, listen, in this scenario, this is what I would have done. Maybe move your hands here or there, talk about approaches and whatnot.
1-2 on miserable night at Fenway. A hard ground ball foul outside of first. Giolito, long recovery from the internal brace procedure. It was the first time he pitched in almost 600 days. He was encouraging on the mound. Hard to blame him for not being as sharp thus far here tonight. Scoreless game in the top of the first. Giolito's ready. The 1-2. Check swing. Did he go? No, according to the crew chief down at third base, Dan Iasonia. And it is 2-2.
Not a bad pitch at 1-2 right there, trying to go to the top of the zone. Had a lot of success with that last time out. Fastballs up in the zone, changeups down.
2-2. From the belt, Giolito throws, and Seager swings and misses. Good changeup. And there's Lucas's first strikeout.
changing eye levels, that's where he's going to be successful. He's not overpowering, at least not in the first couple innings from what we've seen so far from Giolito, but being able to dial it in and command that pitch right below the barrel at the bottom of the strike zone is going to be the key for him to have success.
He just did not throw a lot of off-speed, rather breaking balls in his last start. It really was that fastball changeup combo. Steady rain falling, 1 on, 2 out. Langford leads at first. Here is Jock Peterson, strike 1 to him. Jock Peterson is 8 for 85 to start the season, and he's their cleanup man and designated hitter.
That's why they're bringing in Mr. Boone, see if he can switch it up a little bit.
He cannot stop his swing of the fastball. He looks like an 8 for 85 hitter there, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, you can tell a lot of how hitters are going by their check swings and what they're doing with their feet and with their head. A lot of frustration in his body language currently.
Bruce Bochy, their Hall of Fame manager, trying to find something for Jock. He is 3 for 6 against Giolito. Last time Lucas pitched here was Patriots Day 2021, and in 1 inning he gave up 7 runs. Tony La Russa, his manager that day. 0-2, the pitch is high. Fastball, and it's 1-2.
That's a good 0-2 pitch. Again, probably 4 or 5 baseball lengths above the strike zone. He can double up there. He can go change up down. He can tie him up inside. So many different routes from here.
2 down, a runner aboard. 1-2. Ground ball up the middle and into center field. He challenged him with a fastball, and Peterson ripped it into the outfield. So Bruce Bochy rewarded for playing a hunch. Peterson celebrates like he's hitting 700 over at first, and the Rangers have him at the corners.
Yeah, judging by Carlos Narvaez's glove, he wanted that up and in to try to tie him up, but he just missed over the middle, kind of leaked over to the outer third. He's able to get the barrel to it. You're doing a guy like that a favor when you throw the ball over the middle. He'll get himself out if you paint the corners.
2023, when Giolito got hit so hard, he threw a lot more sliders. And in his best years, that was a real weapon for him. It doesn't seem like he's got the feel for that pitch yet. Here's Marcus Semien, another struggling hitter. 2 on, 2 out pitch. That's a changeup that misses, actually called a strike at the top of the zone, and it's 0-1. 182, a couple homers and 14 driven in. Well below league average production for Semien. Hard to figure. 0-1 the pitch. That's outside. Another changeup. He's fallen in love with that pitch again here today, and it's 1-1.
I was talking to Lou Merloni before the game, and I was trying to get a hitter's perspective, and he's thinking if he's in the box and he knows it's going to be fastball and changeup, he's looking for certain types of movement and certain types of scenarios.
You do have to spin it at some point. The 1-1 is spun in the dirt, and the runner comes home. He's going to score. That burst away from Narvaez. Giolito did not cover the plate. Peterson is going to be caught in a rundown. He hardly runs. Narvaez runs it most of the way, flips to Campbell, who tags him out. I mean, Giolito spiked one in the dirt and then just didn't run home. So Langford comes home to give the Rangers a 1-0 lead.
Kind of get the feeling why he's not comfortable with that pitch. That was about a 48-foot slider right there. That's something he's going to need to get together to be successful, especially third time around the lineup.
So another frustrating sequence there for the Red Sox. This scuffling Rangers offense. Peterson, a 2-out, 2-strike hit, and then they score on a wild pitch. 1-0 after half an inning. Duran, Devers, and Bregman against Nate Eovaldi after this in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Rarely does a product come to the game of professional golf that is so quickly embraced by the pros. Shaden Precision Eyewear is that product. Go to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and find out why Shaden sunglasses are trusted by tour players and their caddies. Shaden is so confident in their product, they're offering a 30-day money-back guarantee. Go to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and use the code SPRING to receive 20% off your order. That's SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and the code SPRING to experience golf's finest eyewear.
What We Spend is a new podcast that explores something we almost never talk about. Every week, you'll hear a different guest share everything they spend their money on. What We Spend is available now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
For burgers, lasagna, tacos to nachos, ground beef is on sale at Shaw's and Star Market. Hey, it's Joe. Now through Thursday, get value pack 80% lean, fresh ground beef for only $2.97 a pound, limit 2, when you use the digital coupon. When you shop with the Shaw's app, you get amazing deals and earn points at every purchase. Short on time, order free curbside pickup or get delivery. Hurry, ground beef sale ends soon. Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network.
Helmets keep kids safe on their
bikes. Seatbelts keep them safe in the car, but when it comes to technology, what's keeping them safe from the mental and physical harms of the online world, like cyberbullies, predators, or digital depression and doom scrolling? Aura AI's powered family safety app gives parents the tools to do just that. It offers a deep, personalized understanding of your child's online world and gives tailored recommendations on how to keep them healthy, happy, and safe. Go to aura.com/radio to try for free. Aura is the official family online safety partner of the Boston Red Sox.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Nate Eovaldi back on the mound he knows oh so well. This time in a Rangers uniform. He's had a great start to his season, and he sees Jarren Duran and gets a call for first pitch strike that was about 3 baseballs off the outside corner, and it's 0-1.
He doesn't need that help. He fills up the strike zone as it is. It's going to be a short day if he gets those.
Tremendous beginning to his year. The 0-1, Duran swings and misses at a curveball. That's a pitch he threw a ton on opening day in Arlington. Eovaldi, 2-2 with a 2.11 ERA. Just an incredible strikeout to walk ratio. Very few base runners against him. He's always a quick starter, is Nate. Never more than in his age 35 season. 0-2. Pitch to Jarren. He is swung on a miss. He got him with a splitter. That's such a weapon for him. There's one away.
That's a classic example of why you need that third pitch, because he's got the slider that moves glove side. He's a fastball that rides that rail. It's going to beat you because it is hard. But the glove side movement on that splitter or a changeup keeps everybody honest. You can't cheat to certain pitches and certain counts.
Well, here are a couple of guys who got a World Series ring together in 2018. Eovaldi and Raffy. The pitch to Devers is outside. He doesn't get the call this time. So that's ball one. Devers has seen Nate 6 times, 2 hits, including a homer. Comes in at 250 with 5 big flies and 23 driven in. 1-0, the pitch. Swing and a foul. Devers really is turning a corner offensively. And remember, Devers started the season in Texas and was 0 for his first 19 with 15 strikeouts.
Everybody was scratching their head. I don't think anybody more than Rafael. He ended up getting it together.
And a lot of that was on fastballs. See what he gets here, 1-1. Pitch, breaking ball outside, a curve from Nate. And it is 2-1. Eovaldi this season, I mean, he's just setting a new standard for himself. 42 2/3 innings, only 30 hits and 3 walks. 2-1. Pitch to Raffy. Swing and a miss. Very late on a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. I mean, he missed that by 5 feet. Yeah, and it's 2-2.
You have to love the mentality that Nathan Eovaldi brings to the game. Here's my best stuff. It's going to be in the zone. My best stuff versus yours. Who's going to come on top?
2-2. Here's the pitch. Devers pops it foul. He got another fastball. This time 96. That vintage Eovaldi grunt we grew to love here.
One thing I've noticed about Rafi, everybody's noticed it really, is the number of walks that he's taken. He's not going outside the strike zone as many times as he's done throughout his career. He is a bad ball hitter. He can get to those pitches.
Most in the American League with 26. The 2-2. Swinging a shot over the first baseman and into the corner in right. It takes an unfortunate bounce out to the right fielder Garcia, and because of that, Devers will hold at first.
That is a direct correlation. When you take walks, they have to come to you, especially a guy like Nathan Eovaldi who doesn't walk batters. You know he's going to come to you in certain counts. Raffy was patient, didn't swing at those pitches right on the outside corner, maybe a ball or 2 length out. Nathan had to come into the zone, and Raffy was ready for him.
A curveball and ripped it. And here now, Alex Bregman. These two have faced off a ton in both the regular season and the playoffs. Of course, 17 and 18, Sox and Astros. The pitch to Alex is a strike. Nate was not here in 17, but Bregman's so familiar with this ballpark. I don't think John Bacon's having a good night. I mean, it's the first inning, and he's giving balls 4 inches off the plate.
He sees the weather, too. It's a little bit rainy, a little bit chilly.
I guess he is human after all. 1-1 to Bregman. Devers at first, the pitch. Way high off the glove, and Raffy will advance to second. The baseball gods a little justice there as Jonah Heim saw it pop out of his glove, had no idea where it was. So a wild pitch moves Raffy to second. The numbers on Bregman are staggering. He was held hitless in the last 2 games of the series with the Twins, but .317, a .979 OPS with 8 homers and 27 driven in. Evaldi out of the stretch, looks into Heim, shakes him off a couple of times. 13 doubles for Bregman to boot. Devers leading at second, and it hits him. The pitch goes over Bregman's back. Clearly, the slickness of the baseball is a real factor here. Bregman's still in the batter's box. Did that hit the bat? That had to. I mean, Bregman's not moving anywhere, which makes you think he thinks it hit the bat.
It looked to me like it hit him right in the back, but it's hard to tell.
Wow. That is such a bad break for the Red Sox. That is just brutal. Otherwise, Devers is standing on third base. Evaldi has no idea where that pitch is going, and it hit the barrel of the bat.
That's 2 pitches in a row where it looked like he's throwing a bass back in the water. That ball's slick. You got
Now there's some confusion over the count here, Lenny. The home plate umpire, John Bacon, was signaling that it's 2 balls and 1 strike, but no, it should be 1 and 2 because of the missed call on the first pitch. 4-time world champion Bruce Bochy's coming out to sort this thing out. I mean, if we were going on the track man, it would be 2 and 1, but it's not here. What a bad break that is. It felt like that's just kind of the way it's gone for the Red Sox. The Arbella Insurance Foundation umpires do announce that it is 1 and 2. Arbella is dedicated to striking out cancer by supporting the Jimmy Fund. A strikeout from a Red Sox pitcher during the season. Arbella donates $50 to the Jimmy Fund. Here for the Jimmy Fund, here for good. Bregman in a 1-2 hole now with Devers at second. The pitch outside in the dirt. Devers dancing around at second. It's a tough go right now for Evaldi. He clearly has no grip on the baseball.
He's not failing it right now. The good news is that Bregman's been very, very good with 2 strikes this season. He's able to shorten up, spread his feet out, and get the barrel to the ball. But yeah, it's obvious right now, 3 pitches in a row really with Nathan just not feeling the ball.
One of the all-time competitors and gentlemen in the last generation for the Red Sox. 2-2. Foul back to the screen. He challenged him with a fastball. And it stays in 2 and 2. Well, unsurprisingly, Bregman has owned the Rangers. 133 games against him, that AL West rivalry.
Who has he not owned?
That's a great point.
It's an easier list.
Somebody in high school. 2 and 2, the pitch. Swing and a foul. The Las Cruces Crusaders, probably. New Mexico kid, Bregman. Well, they're making Nate labor a little bit. He's throwing 15 pitches. Clearly the rain is bothering him. He's thrown more splitters than anything this season. Two outside, good take. On the curveball with Christian Campbell out on deck.
The split has to be a hard pitch to control when you got any sort of slick water on your hand, because it kind of it slips out of your fingers and tumbles out, and if it's off by just a little bit, it's not going to be anywhere near the strike zone.
3-2 to Bregman. Devers leading at second. Hardy crowd in ponchos here. Rain continuing to fall, and Nate spins back to second. Yeah, I mean, the whole point of that pitch, Lenny, it's a good point by you, is that it is very little contact with the insides of your index and middle finger, and the contact with the ball is what makes it dive.
The contact's very important.
3-2, swing and a miss. He got him. Cut fastball. He's got the full menu, does Nate. And they're 2 down on 2 strikeouts. It's up to Christian Campbell.
That's the plus side of having a 4 or 5 pitch mix. You can afford to not feel 1 or 2 of those pitches. You reach in your pocket on certain days, and if a split's not there, what's next up? What's next in the lineup? The cutter seems to be working with him for him so far.
So here now Campbell, if there's anything he's not done well so far this year, it's this. Hit with runners in scoring position. The pitch is strike on the outside corner, 0-1. It's only 1 inning. But this is a microcosm of the last week or so for the Red Sox. Sloppy defense. They didn't turn a double play. Wild pitch gave the Rangers a run, and now trying to find the big hit. 0-1. The pitch is inside. Splitter. He does not have that one right now, and it's 1-1.
Even if he doesn't have it, the fact that he wants to show it in certain counts too, to open up the cut fastball or the slider away, it's still important for him.
1-1. Pitch. Swinging a chopper high on the right side of the infield. The first baseman Smith has it. He throws to first, and it's just in time to get Campbell. Evaldi always covering. The inning is over. The Red Sox, that's a frustrating beginning to this game and this series. 1-0 after one in the Shaws and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Rarely does a product come to the game of professional golf that is so quickly embraced by the pros. Shade-In Precision Eyewear is that product. Go to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and find out why Shade-In sunglasses are trusted by tour players and their caddies. Shade-In is so confident in their product, they're offering a 30-day money-back guarantee. Go to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and use the code SPRING to receive 20% off your order. That's SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and the code SPRING to experience golf's finest eyewear.
Hey, I'm Tank Sinatra here with my co-host,
Investigator Slater.
And we would like to tell you a little bit about our podcast, Psychopedia.
It's true crime infused with comedy.
Making it a crimedy.
I do extensive investigative research and go deep into the darkest corners of the human psyche.
And I'm just here to lighten things up a little bit with humor, baby. You know, never at the expense of the victims, though, obviously.
Come join our family of little psychos over on Psychopedia. Available on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to your podcasts.
The Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like,
hey Google, cool down my car.
And,
hey Google, turn on the dog feeder.
Or change up your adventure.
Hey Google, navigate me to the nearest music venue.
Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the Nissan Rogue. Nissan offers 6 vehicles with starting MSRP under $30,000. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply. Subject to third-party service availability. Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. Available on Nissan Altima, Kicks, Leaf, Rogue, Sentra, and Versa. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP for base models. MSRP excludes destination and handling charges, tax, title, license, and options. Dealer sets actual price.
Hey, it's Lucas Giolito. This is the home of the Sox, WEEI.
Marcus Semien was at the plate in the first inning when the run scored on the wild pitch. Lucas Giolito's trying to find any dry centimeter on the rosin bag. He will not. He's on the rubber. This is not a good spot to pitch in right here. It is just awful slick conditions. The pitch to Semien is a ground ball to short. Story waits. He's got it on the tricolor dirt. He throws to first just in time. It's Semien. I think the infielders too, Lenny, are going to have to be extra judicious trying to grip the baseball before they throw it.
Yeah, I mean, little Manny Mota stick, some pine tar in your glove, something in your hand just to counteract that damp water all over the grass.
I love that. The Manny Mota stick.
I know all the tricks. I know a guy.
A little bullfrog and rosin. Why not? Here's Adolis Garcia, who killed the Red Sox in the opening series, but has really been cooled off since then. He takes strike one, 91-mile-an-hour fastball from Giolito. He slipped in one of his warm-up tosses, did Lucas. Field conditions, something to watch all night. 0-1 is a strike. You'd have to imagine, Lenny, I mean, for anybody on the mound, but certainly Lucas, who's pitching for the second time in 2 years after an arm injury, you got to be a little nervous, wouldn't you be, on the mound?
And I'm knocking on all kinds of wood right now because, you know,
0-2 foul ball.
The arm injury aside, he missed so much time this year because of a hamstring strain in spring training. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. You have to really keep an eye out there. Whatever it takes as far as kitty litter on the mound, keep that thing as dry as possible.
Well, he keeps going back to that, you know, vulcanized rubber spiky triangle, rectangle on the back of the mound, the 0-2. Foul ball back to the screen. Adolis Garcia hitting .217 with 4 homers, 17 driven in. 2 of them came against the Red Sox in the opening weekend. The guy was a postseason hero in their World Series run 2 years ago. Amazing ALCS, which he was the MVP, but then hurt in the World Series. 0-2 pitch is outside, 92. It's a ball and 2 strikes.
Can you tell me what that thing is? What did you call it? The spiky.
You know, Doug printed it out for me the other day. I just call it like the rubber thingy.
Okay.
I think that's technical enough, don't you?
All right, yeah.
It's the spike scraper is what it is. Kick the mud out. 1-2. Pitch. Curveball, not even close. I mean, it's just going to be hard to grip the baseball here today. Garcia's sort of trying to claim that he got dirt in his batting glove when he went down, so he's getting a little extra time. It's like me mulching my yard in the rain today.
Did you really?
I did. No time like rain to plant some new shrubs.
I get it. Some bulbs? What do you got?
Some rhododendron, a little willow maybe. 2-2 with a run in for the Rangers in the second. The 2-2 pitch is outside. It's almost peak hydrangea season where you live down in South Kingston.
I put some bulbs in. That's about as far as I'm going right now. You dig about 1.5 inches in, you throw it in, you cover it, and you come back next year.
Lenny can handle a spade. 3-2, Giolito throws, and a fastball swung on and fouled. Narvaez just can't quite hold on to it. So Abraham Toro is the first baseman, Campbell at second, Story the shortstop with Bregman at third. Abreu in right, Cedon in center with Duran in left. That's the Baldwin Group defensive alignment. That's who's protecting tonight's starter. Brought to you by the Baldwin Group, Insurance, Employee Benefits, and Wealth Management. If you can dream it, we can protect it. The Baldwin Group, protecting the possible. Here's a pitch that misses to Garcia, and that is a one-out walk and another base runner for the Rangers.
Yeah, coming back from 0-2 and walking him, that's not good mentally for Giolito. He's got to be able to hit that reset button, step off the back of the rubber, and get back to strike one. That put-away pitch we've seen recently is hard to come by. You got to get that next gear when you have 2 strikes.
Here's Evan Carter, a World Series hero 2 years ago. He's had a back issue, changed his whole batting approach. He's back from Round Rock, and he takes strike one on a 90-mile-an-hour fastball. Lenny, I think we're just going to have to tonight continue to remind ourselves that everything that's happening on the mound is sort of a throwaway. The 0-1 is ripped to first, caught by Toro in a double play. Really, it caught him. He dove toward the line, into his glove, and it just fell right onto the bag. Better lucky than good.
Could not ask for a more ideal placement of that line drive.
And like I said, that is mastery on the mound for Giolito. We go to the bottom of the second, 1-0 Rangers on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
So you have a podcast, and you really want to make money with it. Then you need the Odyssey Creator Lab. Check this out. We'll host your podcast for free. You just do your show. We'll use the power of Odyssey's massive expert sales team to place ads in your show and make you money. Does it get any easier than that? Nope. You stay in control of your show, and we help you bring in the money. Sounds like a dream partnership. Apply now at creators.odyssey.com and start earning more from your content today.
Every business starts with a dream. Sometimes the dream is simple, like expanding from online to brick and mortar. Sometimes the dreams are bigger, like opening 30 locations in the next 30 months. Whatever the dream, our advisors can help you find comprehensive insurance to protect your business, employee benefits to take care of your people, and private client insurance and wealth management for when your dream comes true. If you can dream it, we can protect it. The Baldwin Group, protecting the possible. Learn more at baldwin.com.
For burgers, lasagna, tacos to nachos, ground beef is on sale at Shaw's and Star Market. Hey, it's Lou. Now through Thursday, you can get value pack 80% lean fresh ground beef for only $2.97 a pound, limited to 2 when you use the digital coupon. When you shop with the Shaw's app, you get amazing deals. You earn points on every purchase. If you're short on time, order free curbside pickup or get delivery. Hurry, ground beef sale ends soon. Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays, 5:30 to 10.
Now back to the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Wilyer Abreu to lead it off for the Red Sox as we go to the bottom of the second inning. It'll be Abreu and Story and Toro. Herb Chambers batting order. Nate Eovaldi throws, and Abreu takes a ball outside. Herb Chambers batting order brought to you by Herb Chambers, Lexus of Sharon and Lexus of Hingham. Abreu moving down in the order with Campbell now the new cleanup man. 1-0. Here's the pitch. Swinging a shot, shallow left field. Lifted by Abreu. Coming in Langford. Very quickly one away.
Yeah, Abreu, he's been good so far this season. He's kind of been up and down, streaky like the offense has, but he's been a 3-game hit machine. If you think about it, he gets on base multiple times, does his job. He's got that nice line drive approach.
Alex said he just thinks he's better a little further down the order, 6 and 7, and not only because he's a young hitter, a little less pressure, but that it breaks him up with some of the other lefties in the order. Story digs in, and he swings and fouls it back, a fastball, and it's 0-1. And by that, Willier will see fewer lefty relievers in bunches out of the pen. 0-1 to Story, who's really fighting it offensively. 267 overall. Pitch outside. He's seen the same thing on repeat now for the last 8-9 games. Fastballs at the top of the zone, breaking stuff away.
Yeah, the book's out right now. He's not getting to that fastball up. And he fouled that last one back, which means he's probably going to get something down with a little bit of movement right here.
1 out, bottom 2. 1-0 Rangers. Evaldi throws the 1-1. Ground ball softly up the middle. The shortstop Seager's got it. He throws to first in time. Quickly 2 away. Evaldi seems to have found something between the first and second innings, at least a little more grip of the baseball. For burgers, lasagna, tacos to nachos, ground beef is on sale at Shaw's and Star Market. Get value pack, 80% lean. Fresh ground beef for $2.97 a pound. Limit 2 when you use the digital coupon. Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox radio network. Here's Abraham Toro, popped up. Shallow center field. In on comes Evan Carter. Wyatt Langford from left is over to make the play. The Red Sox meekly down in the second inning. Rain, rain, go away. 1-0 Rangers after 2 in the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox radio network.
Hey, I'm Tank Sinatra here with my co-host,
Investigator Slater.
And together we host the true crime podcast, Psychopedia.
It's true crime infused with comedy.
Making it a crimedy.
Available on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to your podcasts.
Red Sox fans like to ride in style. Well, Ford has an exciting lineup of stylish but capable vehicles to choose from. Like Ford Explorer, with seating for 7, and the rugged Ford Bronco family, with GOAT modes to handle any terrain. And then there's Ford F-Series, the best-selling truck for 48 straight years, and the official truck of your Boston Red Sox. So join the winning team at your New England Ford dealers. Sales claim based on 1977 to 2024 CY total sales.
It's breakfast time at the McGee Manor, folks. Jenny goes in for the oat milk.
Dad.
Ooh, a rare spill from McGee.
Jimmy, he's doing it again.
Jimmy steps up to the plate. Will it be a clean sweep?
It's baseball season, isn't it? Perfect.
He goes for a hash brown, and that tater is gone.
Along with my appetite.
New season, same spirit, on and off the field. Mass Mutual, official partner of the Red Sox. Learn more at massmutual.com/Red Sox.
Having health insurance is a must-have, and the Massachusetts Health Connector has a power-packed lineup in Connecticare plans that delivers. At the top of the order, lower premiums make monthly costs affordable. The middle of the lineup is packed with low copays and no deductibles, so you can save money on everything, from an urgent ER trip to managing chronic disease like diabetes and hypertension through no-cost prescriptions. Round out the order access to Connecticare plans now at mahealthconnector.org, and you have a winning team with you and the Massachusetts Health Connector.
Want to listen to WEEI on the go? Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Not much going early for the Red Sox here through 2 innings. A wild pitch scored the run. It's miserable tonight at Fenway Park. They've just put more of that kitty litter, the turfus they call it, just a drying agent, in a circular motion around the pitching mound to try to get Lucas Giolito a little bit better footing in this 3rd inning.
And we did find out the little thing at the back of the mound, the Bulldog Cleat and Spike Cleaner. I thought it was going to have a little bit more of a fancy name than that.
I'm telling you, I'm just going with the spike thingy.
Comes in black, comes in white. But I tell you what, if you don't have those, your feet feel like they're about 20 pounds each on that mound. Very, very hard to maneuver.
That's like you're snowshoeing through ice. 1-0 Rangers. Giolito's thrown 34 pitches through 2. He'll see Heim, Young, and Smith for the Texas Rangers. It's amazing how inept offensively the Rangers have been. And I think they're probably saying to themselves something very similar that the Sox are, which is we've not nearly met expectations. We're still, a little more than a month into the season, very much right there. Giolito into his wind. They play this left-handed hitting Heim pull, and he rips it up the middle into center field, a base hit. Now, the eye test early would tell you that Lucas Giolito has very little feel for what's going on the mound.
Yeah, it's all about location. If he's going to be successful, he has to be able to hit his spots. You know, he's already coming into this game showing that he's basically going to be fastball and changeup. If any indication points to, you know, how he was last time out, he did throw a slider. It was about 48 feet, so he's not comfortable with that. So they're hunting fastballs early, basically.
Steady rain falling. I mean, the rain is not massive, but it is constant as Josh Young takes a 90-mile-an-hour fastball for strike one. This is a concern to me. And sometimes conditions and outcomes in a single game don't matter as much as, you know, saving somebody for the season. The 0-1 is a strike throw behind, bounced into Torrey, went to two knees to goalie that thing, and it's 0-2.
Well, time will tell if we see, you know, the fourth or fifth inning, if his fastball does start to creep up there. But it seems like it's going down in the opposite direction right now. He was about 92 in the first few. Now he's 90. But again, he's got to be able to use the top of the strike zone to set up that changeup.
He still has not thrown a great slider yet either, which is understandable here. There's the first one. Actually a good changeup that is fouled into the mitt. And that's a big strikeout for Giolito. So that's some pitchability, his second strikeout. One away, here's the leadoff hitter, Josh Smith. By the way, Abraham Torre was the 7th batter of the game, brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. You've been hurt in a work or car accident, get Glassman all 7s, 617, and then 7 sevens. Here's a changeup fouled on the first base side, 0-1.
Pitching backwards a little bit right there, you know, getting away from that first pitch fastball. It's what he's gone to throughout this game so far.
0-1. Here's the pitch, up and in. They used to give out these pins, Candlestick Park on a night, I believe whenever it would get dipped below 40 degrees and fans made it to the end of the game. They called them the quad to candlestick. Fans would take great pride in this. They'd have these hats just littered in these pins. 1-1 is a little bit low. This is the kind of night that these fans should get something. I mean, it is absolutely miserable out there. And there are, what, 15,000 people in the stands?
Everybody takes home a Bulldog cleat and spike cleaner. It's just for coming. Appreciate you.
The thingy from Fenway. 2-1. Swing and a miss. Foul ball at the top of the zone, 90 miles an hour.
Sounds like a Twilight Zone episode.
No kidding. 2-2. You can't really do this. I know that this place is so jam-packed every day. But this would be the kind of day to greet everybody at the exits when they go home. Here are tickets for another day.
Exactly. Exactly.
2-2 pitch. Popped up. Back at third base, Bregman pointing high. In comes Duran looking into the raindrops. He's there to make the play. And they're 2 down. This is complicated by the fact that the Rangers come in only one time. I really believe that if this is the Orioles or the Yankees or the Rays, we're not playing baseball right now.
These conditions are not ideal. I mean, almost to the point where you want to preserve the health of the players on the field. You don't want something to happen needlessly because of the weather.
Totally. That's the #1 objective, and it shouldn't be that way. Here's Wyatt Langford. Foul ball off the end of the bat. The Rangers are thinking, this is why we built a roof. Different reasons, obviously, down there.
I'll tell you what, Giolito, he's starting to really feel that changeup. He's thrown a few of them this inning so far where he's dialed in. Great change of speed, great location on those pitches. If he throws a fastball right here, it's going to feel like 100 miles an hour after that 81.
0-1. Playing with Paul. The pitch is Sky down the right field line, slicing toward the seats. He was very late on 91, way out of play. And it is 0-2. Subaru New England scoreboard. A little love goes a long way in the 25 Subaru Forester Hybrid. Learn more at Subaru of NewEngland.com. Good news so far in the AL East. Phillies leading the Rays 3-0. How about the New York Yankees? Devin Williams gave up 4 more runs last night in the 8th inning.
Speaking of changeup, he's one of the best changeup throwers in the league, but he just can't find the field so far this season.
The airbender is lost. 0-2. 2 down in the third. 1-0 Rangers pitch. Chop foul by Wyatt Langford. Giants at Wrigley scoreless in the second inning. Later tonight, Blue Jays in Anaheim. Astros at the Brewers, and the Orioles at 13-20 at the Minnesota Twins. 0-2. The pitch. Chopper softly hit on the right side. Campbell's got a long way to go. He's got to hurry. He gloves. He throws to first just in time. Nice awareness there by Campbell to get it there in time, and the inning is over. Red Sox need to find anything offensively. It'll start with Narvaez, Rafaela, and Duran in the bottom of the third. 1-0 Rangers in the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Here at the Zebra, research shows the average person would rather endure a root canal than search for auto and home insurance.
Just try to relax.
Okay. Or be trapped in a car for 8 hours with toddlers on a sugar high. Or remove a nest of irate hornets. That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com. We do the searching, you do the saving. I think I'll wait inside.
History That Doesn't Suck is a legit, seriously researched, hard-hitting history podcast told through entertaining stories. Listen to History That Doesn't Suck on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Near you. Wow, great game, Russ. You know, I know you don't like to talk shop at the ballpark, but how are we supposed to survive these crazy markets?
Dave, it's about having the right plan that's built for a volatile future, one that can stand up to big market shocks, produce consistent cash flow, and maintain your sanity in the years ahead.
Call for your review at Hackman Wealth Partners, 617-674-2000, 617-674-2000.
Investment advisory services offered through Brookstone Capital Management, LLC, BCM, a registered investment advisor.
When you choose Interlock Metal Roofing, you're not just getting a roof. You're making a lifetime investment in quality. Their premium metal roofing systems are made with American aluminum, built to stand the test of time. No rust, no rot, no re-roofing, just unbeatable protection from a name you can trust. Interlock Metal Roofing, a trusted metal roofing leader for over 2 decades. Never re-roof again. Visit NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com. That's NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com.
Jones and Keefe.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
Now back to the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Carlos Narvaez leads it off for the Red Sox as we go into the bottom of the third. Boston looking for any spark. They got one hit in the game. It came off the bat. The opening inning of who else? Rafi Devers. Here's now Narvaez, 214, 3 homers and 10 driven in. Almost a historically great run Evaldi's on. The pitch from Evaldi swung on and fouled by Narvaez, and he loses the bat into the stands, which will begin a time-honored tradition of the fan wanting to keep the bat, the security going to say, yeah, that's his gamer, we'll trade you out another bat, and then that security guard will get summarily booed.
Whose autograph we getting in the clubhouse right now? Let's get that bat
Truly,
back.
the bargaining begins very soon.
We talked a little bit about Manny Motostick. That's what he's getting right now.
He needs something. And that fan is white-knuckling the bat. Well, they seem pretty amenable to a deal.
Looks like twins.
They do look like that. They just got rid of the twins. 0-1 to Narvaez. Evaldi throws. And it's a strike. Beautiful curveball. He's unfazed. He's 0-2. So going back to May of last year, Nate's strikeout to walk numbers are with the elite in the entire game. 0-2. Here's the pitch. Line shot. Look out down the first base line. Off the hands of a fan, caught by another. That stays 0-2.
You can break down different counts and how important they are. 0-0 is obviously important. Getting strike one. 1-1. Going from 1-1 to 1-2 is very important. And 0-2. That's very, very important to make certain pitches.
0-2 here is low. Splitters. So since mid-May of last year, this is stupid. Nate has 168 strikeouts and 25 walks. That ratio is the third highest in Big League Baseball, behind only Logan Gilbert and Tarek Skubal. 1-2. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him with a great splitter. And Narvaez is gone.
You don't want to go ball 4. Don't go ball 3, right? I feel like that's the biggest thing. Getting in and out, getting strike one, pounding the strike zone with quality pitches. Another good example right there of not having the batter stay around too long.
Third strikeout for Nate. Red Sox have nothing going offensively. Nate has gotten 2 runs or fewer in each of his 7 first starts this year. He's got 1 on the board now. Cedon swings at the first pitch again and fouls it back 0-1. The Red Sox, this is, I can say it, it's driving the Red Sox batty. They talk to him so often about laying off the first pitch, and he just cannot do it. 0-1 with 1 out in the third. Nate very slowly into his money throws, and Cedon swings and misses. Again, here we go, 0-2.
When you're facing a guy like Nathan, though, you're probably going to get a fastball. If you're going to get one, it's going to be early in the strike zone. You're not going to be able to hit that split unless he makes an obvious mistake. Doesn't happen very often.
Something's got to change, though, with this hitter, period. This happens way too often. 0-2. Pitch is low with a splitter. And you're right. I mean, it's situational, different pitcher to different pitcher, but this is what happens 80% of the time.
Yeah, if you're going to take a hack at a fastball, you better be on it, right? Get the front foot down. Something mechanically might have to change.
1-2. Check swing. He did not go around with a splitter. This is what's so fun about Eovaldi for us, not hitters. He's got a little Johnny Cueto in him. He alters everything he does. Sometimes a quick pitch, sometimes a slow overhead wind, other times right from the chest he goes. He is a craftsman on the mound.
I recall other Red Sox pitchers doing that when he started doing that here.
2-2 is a blooper to shallow center field. On the run comes Carter. He's there to make the play a little off the end of the bat for Rafael. And they're 2 down. There's a lot in the tank for Cedon offensively. He's been a good clutch hitter. The ability to put bat to ball is great, but I think it's fair to wonder whether a reset is needed.
The biggest question when he came up was strike zone awareness, going outside the strike zone. But now it's basically he's seeing good pitches early in counts and just swinging right through them.
Yeah. Third inning, by the way, brought to you by Citgo. Here's Jaron Duran with 2 down. Pitch is a strike on the outside corner. Whether you're crossing the state line or just going crosstown, Club Citgo can save you money on every fill-up along the way. When you start with Citgo, you're good to go. 2 down. Eovaldi is sent down 7 in a row after the Devers hit the 0-1 to Jaron. Inside to the backstop. This is the kind of night you're going to need someone like Duran to create something crazy. Because if he can get on the base pass, maybe the ball slips out of the catcher's hand. Who knows? But it just feels like the top 3 hitters tonight in the Red Sox order are going to have to do it.
Captain Chaos needs to get on base. If he gets on first, he's on third automatically.
I'm in for a little anarchy. 1-1. Here's the pitch. Shot foul on the left field line. That's always an encouraging sign for him, but it's 1-2. Here's one for you, Lenny. Escape to Paradise at Fenway. On Sunday, May 25th, it's Margaritaville Day as the Red Sox face the Orioles. Get your tickets through this special offer and receive an exclusive Margaritaville T-shirt.
Are you inviting me?
You're in. Cheeseburger in Paradise. Come on.
Salt or no salt on the rim?
Sin sal para mí. 1-2 is fouled back to the screen. You go salt on your margarita?
A little salt. I'll take a little salt. Yeah, absolutely. Did you celebrate Cinco de Mayo by chance? I did not.
I did it. I celebrated with, an under-the-weather 3-year-old, some yard work, and a honey-do list. It was great.
I say I did not, but it wasn't on purpose. It just kind of slipped my mind.
Yeah. 1-2. My father-in-law, Craig Stong's birthday yesterday. The 1-2 pitch. Ground ball back to Nate. Curveball off the end of the bat, and Nate throws overhand to first. The inning is over. Happy birthday, Pops. We go to the top of the 4th inning. 1-0 Rangers lead the Sox. Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
What We Spend is a new podcast that explores something we almost never talk about. Every week, you'll hear a different guest share everything they spend their money on. What We Spend is available now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
As your warm weather fun gets into full swing, Shaw's and Star Market are saving you time and money. Just download the Shaw's Deals and Delivery app to do your grocery shopping online. Right now, you'll save $30 off your first online order over $75. That's right. Use the code SAVE30 and enjoy $30 off your first order. Plus, get free curbside pickup or delivery right to your door, ready in as soon as 30 minutes. Shaw's and Star Market. Save time, shop online.
Picture yourself on the island of St. Croix, where every moment is infused with a vibe like no other. Welcome to St. Croix, where the rhythm of the island captivates your soul. Whether sampling local cuisines at a waterfront restaurant, snorkeling along colorful coral reefs, or strolling through lush tropical gardens, you'll feel the magic of this vibrant island. So why wait? Plan your escape today at visitusvi.com and discover why we say St. Croix, a vibe like no other.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See you with the full details and disclaimer. Take Boston sports with you wherever you go. Download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Lucas Giolito to the mound. I do think the rain is lessening ever so slightly. It doesn't make it a great time to pitch, but it may be more mist than drizzle, I guess. Here's Corey Seager. Struck out his first time, and he drives one foul. On the third base side, we take 10 seconds for station ID in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Oh, one is ripped down the line in right field. Willier over, leaps and he can't get it. It's over his glove and into the seats for an automatic double for Corey Seager. Well, that was a changeup, and it sure looked like Seager was ready for it. Again, that's something to watch as we go on here. Leadoff double for Seager and the Rangers.
Yeah, the location of that pitch. You want that changeup to be down in the zone. Has to be below the barrel. That's where you're going to get your swing and miss. You can make a mistake with a changeup, and even if the speed difference is there, hitter can still put the barrel in the ball.
Next one from Giolito is going to be his 50th pitch. Leadoff man at second. Crushed into right field. Abreu will not get there. He's on the run. It's over his head and out of play. Another automatic double. Jock Peterson is 2 for 2. Seager comes home to score, and it's 2-0 Rangers.
Again, that's just another pitch missed middle right there. They're hunting for certain pitches and certain counts, and he unfortunately is throwing it right where the barrel is.
I mean, I don't care who you are. You're not going to exist in the big leagues with 90-mile-an-hour fastballs and 82-mile-an-hour changeups in the middle of the plate. Doesn't work. And he's not had the feel for that breaking ball yet. Here's Marcus Semien, the pitch. There he tries to throw a changeup that misses high, and it's 1-0.
You're seeing more changeups above the strike zone now. I'm not a huge fan of that.
No.
Because it's a pitch that drops down, and it's likely to drop right into the zone.
1-0. Way high. Another changeup, and it's 2-0. You wonder whether Alex Cora and Andrew Bailey are starting to say this might be a Sean Newcomb moment right now. Cut your losses. Maybe in the wet conditions, second start for Giolito. He just does not have it tonight at all. 2-0. At the belt, he throws. Swing and a miss. Changeup. 3 straight changeups, and it's 2-1.
You got to think he's throwing a ton of changeups, probably because he doesn't have the feel for his fastball. It's only 90-91. I've only seen one slider today so far.
Well, that's what happened in Toronto, and he got hammered on that pitch, and he gets hammered here. A ground ball into right field. That's a base hit right to Abreu. Peterson, with nobody out, and Abreu's big arm is going to hold it first. It is a loud 4th inning. And the Rangers have him at the corners, a run already in. Hey, look, Lucas has worked really hard, Lenny, and he's a totally affable, likable guy. The future may be bright here in Boston. He had a great first start. Right now, what he's putting out there, whether it's the conditions or whatever, this is the kind of stuff that brings big league offenses racing to the bat rack.
You're talking about a team that's 25th in batting average right now. You're helping them out. You're helping them out by throwing certain pitches in certain counts and certain zones. Guys can't get to the bat rack fast enough when they're seeing 90 right down the middle. You got to be able to control your pitches, command inside and outside the strike zone.
Adolis Garcia is trying to land a haymaker here. I mean, This is a team that averages just over 3 runs a game in the bottom 5 in every offensive category, and they are hammering Giolito here in the 4th. 2 runs in, looking for more as Garcia takes a fastball at 91. That was well located, and it's 0-2.
90-91, you can be successful with that, but you got to be able to put it on the corners. You got to be able to set up the next pitch. It's a game of chess.
0-2. They lead at the corners, still nobody out. The pitch. High fly into right field. It's definitely deep enough to get the run in. Peterson tagging at third. Abreu makes the play. The throw goes to second. It's a sac fly for Garcia. And it is 3-0 Rangers.
It's another fastball. That one was actually up above the strike zone. A decent pitch.
Tell you what, for a guy who's 8 for 85 coming in, Jock Peterson's a little bit of a tired act. He is.
Well, what happened a couple years ago? It was like a fantasy football thing with him and Tommy Pham.
Tommy Pham, they choked each other out. Here's a line looper toward the left side. Story backhands. He'll have no throw. Evan Carter has got a base hit. Just perfectly placed. That's bad luck for Giolito. But again, at this velocity in this location, he's just not missing any bats, and the hits keep coming here for the Rangers.
Carlos Narvaez walking out to the mound, trying to give him a little bit of a breather, talking about how they want to set up. Andrew Bailey right behind him.
He's only missed 5 bats tonight. 58 pitches. Rivalry Report is sponsored by River Spring Residences, setting a new standard for memory care in New York City. Call 833-79-RIVER or visit riverspringresidences.org/radio to schedule a tour. Well, right now the Yankees continue their series with the Padres, and a glimmer of good news, 1-0 San Diego in the top of the 4th. I think somebody's going to start throwing very soon for the Red Sox. Rain getting harder now. And again, the conditions stink to pitch at Fenway. That is totally true, but Evaldi's found a way.
Evaldi's mixing it up. He's got 5 pitches. Yeah. He doesn't have the feel for all of them.
Jonah Heim, the batter, takes a high fastball, 1-0. Giolito has a 91-mile-an-hour fastball and a changeup. That's what he's got.
Nothing really going glove side. It's all straight, or maybe just a little drop with the changeup.
1-0, 3-0 Rangers. Strike on the outside corner. Another fastball. And it's 1-1.
The bullpen, they know it. There's 4 or 5 guys just warming up, throwing weighted balls, getting stretched out.
Yeah, because depending on how this inning goes, it could be different guys out there. 1-1, 2 on, 1 out. The pitch is outside. Fastball, and it's 2-1. Seems we're going to see Sean Newcomb in this game at some point. But Giolito's trying to find any way to keep it right where it is. 3-0 Texas. 2-1. Pitch. Fouled back. He got away with one there. I mean, that's a changeup center cut. And he's fortunate that Heim sort of tried to pull it. It's 2-2.
He did get away with that. That's a classic changeup count, 2-1. He's been changeup heavy today. Off of that, this is a good opportunity to get inside on a good four-seam fastball. Basically dig deep and give it whatever's left in the tank to get that big out.
Heim singled his first time. 2-2. Pitch inside. Fastball a little giddy up there, 93, but he missed. He tried.
I know where his head's at after that last pitch.
Lenny, to pitch in the big leagues with only 2, they better be elite.
Yeah, if you're a starter, very, very difficult. If you're an 8th inning guy and those are elite, you can get away with it.
3-2. Ground ball on the right side through into the outfield for a base hit. Rafaela plays it on the turf. Coming home without a throw. Semien will score. It's 4-0 Rangers. That's the 5th hit of the inning for Texas. And rough night for Giolito.
Yeah, he just doesn't have any feel for really any of the pitches. They're inconsistent in the zone. Texas offense realizes that, and they're starting to hunt middle. It's where he's missing typically.
I mean, truly, Lenny, this is one of those situations you want to get out of here without it being 7-0. It's 4-0 right now. We're at the corners with 1 out. The pitch is way outside. Bernardino is going to be the first to throw to try to get out of a mess here. The rain is falling harder and harder at Fenway. Now, the Rangers have not scored at all this year, only 3 a game basically, but they are 12-1 when they score more than 4. 1-0. High.
These are big leaguers, and if you look up and down the lineup, they're just not performing like they should. On paper, they should be a lot better offensively.
4-0 they lead. 2-0. Lead at first and third. Pitch way high. Narvaez throws behind the runner at first, but that was tardy. And I think in the Red Sox dugout, they got to be hoping that Bernardino can get ready right now.
We're told 12 pitches. When you stand up, the phone rings, you have 12 pitches.
It'd be an awful predicament to bring him into, but you got the lefty Smith on deck. 3-0 from the belt to pitch. High pop-up into shallow right field. This could be a big-time second out for Giolito. Abreu races in, looking into the rain. He makes the play. The runner will not come home. That is huge for Lucas, and what a bad swing that is for Josh Young in a 3-0 count.
That's a huge out right there, just shallow enough to where the guy on third base isn't going to be able to tag up.
I mean, if you're Bruce Bochy right now, Lenny, you're in that third base dugout saying, are you serious? This guy is on his last leg. It's 3-0. If you're going to swing, it better be a line drive.
Did him a huge favor right there, especially with a wet baseball, not feeling his best. The worst thing he could do is do him a favor at that moment.
So here we go. Josh Smith, who's 1 for 2 tonight. Bregman comes in at third, 4-0 the score, and a fastball high for ball 1. That's the 110th pitch of the game, brought to you by 110 Grill. Gluten-free dining done right. 110 Grill, proud to be official partner of the WEEI Red Sox radio network. 1-0. Pitch inside. Lenny, we often experience this from a Red Sox offensive perspective where you say, man, this guy's on the ropes. You got to pay it off and cash it in right here. You know the Rangers are thinking exactly that. 2-0. Pitch. Fouled back to the screen. Another changeup. And it's 2-1.
And a 2-0 count, if you're hitting, that's the exact location you're looking for. Right down the middle. That's the only pitch you're swinging at.
Can't believe he missed it, really, even with the rain falling. 2-1. Pitch. Swing and a miss. That was the best fastball he's thrown in a long while. 92 in under the hands. And it's 2-2.
And he located it well in the inner half right there. If you're going to throw a changeup right down the middle and he's going to barely miss it, that's the best possible scenario, is going inside. Don't speed up his bat by throwing something away.
2-2. Trying to keep the game right here somehow, some way. 4-0 Rangers. Heim at first, Carter at third. Here's the 2-2. Ripped into the outfield. That's a base hit. 5-0 Rangers. Heim round second. He heads for third. It's hard to imagine the Red Sox can leave Giolito in the game any longer.
Yeah, again, stop me if you've heard this one before. Location, location, location. That ball's right in the meat of the barrel right there. That's a pitch that a big league hitter's not going to miss, especially in that count.
And Ramon Vasquez has his hand up to Carlos Narvaez as if to say, let's buy Bernardino 1 or 2 more pitches. Well, this surprises me. Alex Cora is staying in the dugout. Wow.
He's definitely had plenty of time. He should be warm at this point.
I mean, it is the right-handed hitter, Wyatt Langford. I guess that's the reason. A line drive into center field. That's a base hit. He drives home another run, and it's 6-0 Rangers. There's no platoon advantage that overcomes that. And Texas has a half dozen on the board.
Looks like the hoodie's coming off for Alex Cora.
He's coming out, and so is Giolito. The Rangers in this inning have 7 hits. They've scored 5 runs, and they lead 6-0. We'll take a break, come back to Fenway on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
During this call to the bullpen, your New England Ford dealers remind you that this is the perfect time to check out all their great Ford truck offers at buyfordnow.com. You'll find special deals on Ford F-150, built Ford tough and smarter than ever. the legendary Super Duty, our most capable heavy-duty pickup, and the turbocharged Ranger, ready for your next adventure. Visit buyfordnow.com and see why now's the time to buy or lease your new Ford truck.
Do you suffer from projectile dysfunction? That's when there's something stuck in your drains and pipes causing a backup. It can happen to the best of us, and Drains by James can get you unclogged and feeling free again. Projectile dysfunction can be serious if not treated right away. It will impact things at home, and you'll wonder why you didn't take care of it sooner. Go to drainsbyjames.com. Drains by James. They give a poop about your pipes.
Arbella Insurance has been doing business in the New England community for over 35 years. They're your friends, your neighbors, and fellow Boston fans. They do the wave at the ballpark together and get stuck in the same Sturrow Drive traffic. At Arbella, being your neighbor helps them provide you with the coverage you need to drive, live, or run a business in this part of the country we call home. Arbella, here for Boston fans, here for good.
Well, a rough one tonight here for Lucas Giolito. 3 2/3 innings. He gives up 10 hits, 6 runs, walked 1, struck out 2. After the great debut, Lenny, I don't know whether it was the conditions or just, your second start in almost 2 years, but he did not have anywhere close to his best stuff tonight.
Unfortunately, if you look at all of his rehab outings, it's kind of a lot of what we saw from him today. He was able to get it together and hit his spots, his debut in a Red Sox uniform last week.
Here's Corey Seager trying to put this game to bed, facing Bernardino. A curveball swung on and missed, and it's 0-1.
Bernie's been pretty good at Fenway Park. Had a couple errors recently, but his batting average against is only 125.
Pitch misses outside, a curveball, and it's 1-1. I mean, it's going to happen, right? When you're coming back from surgery and a nasty night like this. But that was plain as day. That really, from the very beginning, Lucas just didn't have much tonight. 1-1, the pitch. Swing and a miss, good curveball, and it's 1-2.
As a big league ball player, a big league pitcher, you can take a cross section of 5 outings. Out of those 5, 1 you're going to be lights out. 1 you're going to be absolutely awful. And 3 of those you're going to have to battle. A lot of things have to go your way.
1-2 is outside. Do you think that one is in the middle, or was that the awful one? That was the
one.
Yeah.
That's the one where he's got to basically learn from the mistakes. But at the end of the day, chalk it up to, I'm going to have those once in a blue moon. Get back to what made you successful 2 outings ago. Throwing strikes, quality strikes.
Yeah, his track record says it's in there, the 2-2 outside. He's thrown him 5 curveballs, and now he's 3-2 to Seager.
Last thing you're going to do if you're Bernardino right here is come into the game and walk your first batter, a lefty.
Got the lefty Jock Peterson on deck. He's had a big night out of nowhere. Here's the pitch. The runners go, and it's a broken bat liner foul outside of third. Corey Seager is a unicorn hitter. He really is. He is the master of finding different angles at the plate. His swing is weird and different, but he just finds the barrel. He's sort of like the left-handed Christian Campbell. Now, that's not a fair comp at all to Christian, because this is one of the great players of his generation, but he is a pretty special hitter.
He's had great bat-to-ball skills throughout his career, and you're right. There's not one way to get it done mechanically, but approach-wise, it's all the same. Get a good pitch to hit and put a good swing on it. Put your A swing on the A pitch.
5 runs in. Still only the 4th inning. The Red Sox have time, but Nate Eovaldi's been so good. 6-0 Texas. Bernardino back off the bereavement list, mourning the loss of his grandmother, is on the mound at Fenway. Light rain continues to fall. 3-2. Fouled off. And out of play.
So he's seen a ton of curveballs right here, breaking away from him. Right now, if he can control a 2-seam fastball in on his hands, it's probably not going to be able to catch up with it. Something with a little boring movement inside.
Red Sox have Houck and Bayo the next 2. The 3-2 is strike 3 call. They got him. Really good pitch there by Bernardino. The first fastball he throws Seager was a beauty. However, the Rangers put up 5, and after 3.5, they lead 6-0 in the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
On my podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, we share the keys to succeed in business and in life. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, wherever you get your podcasts.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures. Until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive, so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not
And off the field. Step up your smile game this spring with Tend, the official dental care partner of the Boston Red Sox. From routine cleanings to premium whitening and orthodontics, Tend takes care of all your smile needs. Visit our soothing modern studios, conveniently located throughout Boston. Experience dental designed around you. Go to hellotend.com/Red Sox. That's hellotend.com/Red Sox to learn more.
Do your pipes suffer from low D? Low D is when your pipes aren't draining properly and things get stuck, causing a backup. Don't wait to get things flowing again. Go to drainsbyjames.com and get your pipes unclogged and feeling free again. Whether it's drain cleaning, water jetting, camera inspection, or pipe lining repair, Drains by James is available 24/7 at drainsbyjames.com. Low D can be serious if not treated right away. Drains by James. They give a poop about your pipes.
Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson.
Weekdays 2 to 6.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Raffy Devers trying to find something to spark the Red Sox here. They trail 6-0 in the bottom of the fourth inning. Nate Eovaldi throws. Raffy takes outside. One thing I've noticed, Lenny, that Raffy's done in batting practice for a week going now, he's brought into the game, which is he's really moving more with his feet, trying to stay fluid and athletic and light on the puppies.
It all starts with the feet. If you don't get your foot down in time, the hands aren't going to be on time behind them.
1-0 is swung on and missed. Cutter. Perfect pitch, 1-1.
The word is dynamic, right? Each movement furthers the next movement. And if you start with slow feet, if you start with late feet, the hands are going to follow closely behind. We've seen him throughout this season at certain points not be able to catch up with that fastball. I think the remedy is basically getting those feet going a little bit sooner and a little bit more dynamic.
He's totally moving them around. 1-1. Here's the pitch. Outside. I think the challenge with a guy like Eovaldi, Lenny, would be, while I totally love the idea, rock back and forth, keep your feet on the move and get it down. Nate is liable to just quick pitch you when you're in between one of those rocks.
And Nate's the type of pitcher where he'll notice your tendencies, what you're doing with your feet, and intentionally speed it up or slow it down before the ball's even thrown.
2-1 is swung on a miss. That's a home run swing and a 94-mile-an-hour fastball center cut, and it's 2-2. That feels too much like the opening series.
Yeah, I mean, you spot Nathan Eovaldi, 6 runs. He's been outstanding, a career year so far. It's definitely going to be an uphill battle for this offense.
2-2. Here's the pitch, outside and high. It's such an easy thing to say from here, or for Pete Fatsi or Alex Cora to say to Raffy from the dugout. But we've seen it over and over. He's so gifted, especially in this yard. If he just shortened it and went the other way, it could get out easy. 3-2 is down. He walked for the 27th time. That's a really good start to this bottom of the fourth for Devers.
The patience and the maturity that we've seen as far as his play discipline, not going after certain pitches, very important for him. But you're right. Being able to take that swing that's not necessarily a home run swing, he's strong enough to where if he has a line drive approach just trying to get the barrel to the baseball, the ball's going to fly out of the ballpark.
Feels like it'd be so big to get a run or two here. Here's Alex Bregman, 6-0 Rangers. Eovaldi throws. Alex drives one high into left field. Back on to Langford at the warning track. He's there, crashing into the manual scoreboard to make the play. Right to the left of the at-bat lettering. Just missed, one away.
It's a good piece of hitting right there. Did his job, put the barrel to the baseball. Got a good pitch to hit early in the count from Nathan. Just happens to be in the zone with the left fielder is going to be able to get to it.
Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center, the official hospital of the Red Sox, providing first aid at Fenway and supporting Red Sox scholars. Learn more at bidmc.org. All right, here's Christian Campbell. 1 on, 1 out. He's swinging a late miss at a fastball. Again, that's one going for lands down there. I mean, he'll do that a ton. I'm not sure, other than Devers, and maybe even including Devers, there's a more violent swinger than Campbell.
Well, he's a classic example of how drive line can help certain hitters. Not all of them, but he took to it.
0-1 is outside. He'll take his chances early, Lenny.
He's looking to put the ball in the air. He doesn't mince words. What are you trying to do up there? I'm trying to hit the ball in the air, and I'm going to take a big hack. And you can see it every time.
1-1. Devers at first, 6-0. Rangers in the bottom of the fourth. Pitch. Chop foul. Third base side, a splitter. It's such an amazing contrast, isn't it, Lenny? Where Giolito took them out and basically had a below-average fastball by his standards, and a changeup that wasn't dancing, and now Nate's just featuring all 5.
Yeah, Nathan Eovaldi with the 5-pitch mix, and everything moves, right? He's got a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, but everything moves.
1-2. Campbell fouls it back. He has shown an ability, Christian has, to get into holes because he takes those chances and battle his way out. Such an impressive young hitter.
He just fouled off that pitch. That was high and tight, up and in. For me, if I'm facing him, I feel like that's the one zone where I feel like I can be successful against him. But he's shown the ability to get to that pitch time and time again.
Yeah, he's really worked hard on it. 1-2, the pitch. He fouled it in the dirt. That took a bite out of Jonah Heim. And it stays 1-2. Fourth inning bell brought to you by Russell Hackman and the team at Hackman Wealth Partners, Boston's premier retirement planning specialists. Request your appointment today or learn more at hackmanwealth.com. Where that pitch hit Jonah Heim, he might consider an early retirement.
Could never be a catcher.
No thanks.
I'm all good.
To Lenny's point, life in the big leagues is a game of adjustments. 1-2, the pitch is low. Good take on a splitter, and it's 2-2, and he will see more and more in until he consistently covers that pitch.
What I love about the way Nathan Eovaldi's pitched throughout his career is he goes and gets the 2 strikes so early so he can afford to throw those breaking balls, those moving pitches on the perimeter at the bottom of the zone just to try to get swings.
Christian does swing and miss at a cut fastball. And he is gone for out number 2. I mean, that's the whole idea, isn't it, Lenny? Leverage counts. If you got guys in the hole, they will expand.
You go 2-0, you go 2-1. The hitter knows that, all right, as a pitcher, I've got to come back into this count. That's where you're going to hunt fastballs. That's the pitch and the location that he's going to try to throw to get back in.
So here's Willier with 2 down, and Raffy stuck on first. 6-0 Rangers. Pitch inside. Fastball, and it's 1-0. On the Subaru of New England scoreboard, the Yankees and Padres are tied at 2 in the top of the 5th inning. Little love goes a long way. The 25 Subaru Forester Hybrid. Learn more at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Pitch to Willier. Misses. A splitter. Ball 2. At this point, you just want base runners.
Anything you can do to get on base, put the barrel to the baseball right here, especially a 2-0 count. You're looking for something against a guy like Eovaldi somewhere over the plate.
2-0. Willier owned the Rangers in the opening series. Here's the pitch. And a drive foul on the left field side. He had an 8th inning homer on Sunday, did Willier. And it came right after a swing just like that. A foul ball sharply hit the other way.
So that's a pitch, a lefty. If he can sit back just a little bit longer, use the wall. We've heard that before. The wall can be your friend. Drive it the opposite direction.
2-1 the pitch. Swinging a foul. He'd like that one back. I mean, that is a cutter that splits the plate. And it's 2-2. Again, this is the guile of Eovaldi, though. I mean, Abreu has a great sense on the workings of Eovaldi on the mound, but you can't prepare for all 5.
And even when Nathan made a mistake pitch right there, fastball kind of inner third close to the middle of the plate, wasn't able to capitalize on that.
2-2. Devers at first with 2 down. 6-0 Rangers pitch. Swinging a hard ground ball to second. Simeon's got it. Throws to first, inning over. The Red Sox with only 1 hit through 4. The Rangers 6 runs and 10 hits. Rough one in the rain at Fenway. 6-0 Texas after 4 in the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Sometimes when life brings you change, you also have to change your health coverage. Like when you're having a baby, or getting married, or turning 26 and aging off your parents' plan. or even when you're no longer covered by insurance you had through your job. At HealthSource RI, we can help you change coverage to keep up with these life changes and others. Learn about all the life events and changes that may qualify you for health coverage at healthsourceri.com.
I'm Emma Greed, and I'm the host of the Aspire podcast, a show where I talk to the world's most brilliant minds about building the life of your dreams. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
For more information,
the Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like,
hey Google, cool down my car.
And,
hey Google, turn on the dog feeder.
Or change up your adventure.
Hey Google, navigate me to the nearest music venue.
Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the Nissan Rogue. Nissan offers 6 vehicles with starting MSRP under $30,000. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply. Subject to third-party service availability. Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. Available on Nissan Altima, Kicks, Leaf, Rogue, Sentra, and Versa. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP for base models. MSRP excludes destination and handling charges, tax, title, license, and options. Dealer sets actual prices.
You're listening to live play-by-play action of the Boston Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
To the 5th inning we go. Red Sox trailing the Rangers 6-0. Jock Peterson has singled and doubled tonight. He leads off against Brennan Bernardino. He's going to ride this one a while, you would think. Pitch to the left-handed Peterson is off the plate and in for ball 1.
Yeah, this is one of those outings where he's going to wear it a little bit, go as long as he possibly can to save this bullpen.
Pitch is a strike, and you know he knows that, which puts him in a really rough spot, actually, Lenny, because into the bullpen this early in the series with a tough stretch coming up. Sometimes the option is staring you in the face. 1-1. Peterson pushes it foul with a bunt out of the third base line. It's 1-2.
Will, it's still good work if you can get it.
It is.
I was that guy for quite some time.
Would you count the days that you were in the big leagues? Like, just give me all these extra days at the major league pay rate?
Every day counts.
Of course. 1-2. Curveball. He bunts it foul. What is he doing? He just bunted strike 3 foul. I mean, that guy who singled and doubled, he came in 8 for 85. That's one that makes you think, please.
Did he leave the burner on in the clubhouse or something? I mean, what's going on?
That is the weirdest at-bat of the year. It's 1-2, and he bunted foul. He's done. Okay.
Up 6-0 in the 5th. All right.
Here's the pitch to Marcus Semien, misses outside. He's a great player with the Dodgers. He's had huge postseason hits. I mean, he was great with the Braves and Giants in a funk, but I just don't get that at all on so many levels. Marcus Semien fouls it back. It's 1-1. I mean, you've been dying to hit. You're 8 for 85. You're 2 for 2. Your team is up 6, and you try to bunt twice.
Makes 0 sense.
What? All right. 1-1 to Semien. Pitch is just outside with a change. 4th inning was, by the way, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Easiest way to get rid of your old car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Donate now at carsforkids.com. And, of course, that is Cars with a K. Pitch is ripped into left field. That's a base hit. Hanging cutter, and Semien did not miss it. So the 11th hit of the evening for the Rangers.
This will get that batting average up from the 25th in the league. Today's one of those days where you're starting to skip a few teams.
Yeah, especially this early in the season. The numbers really can vault. So here's Adolis Garcia. 1 on, 1 out. Red Sox are starting to feel like a team that needs a jolt. Pitch is a little bit outside with a changeup. And it is 1-0. Garcia against Bernardino, 0 for 2.
Trying to get the ball on the ground right here, get a 2 for 1.
Low sinker. That's ball 2. And this team has done too many things well. to be on the precipice of falling back below 500. And, of course, they also, this is their first non-quality start in almost a week, the 2-0. Fouled off by Garcia, and it's 2-1.
Yeah, you're right. The starters have been doing an outstanding job this season so far. 5 or more innings in each of their last 16 games is nothing to to talk about. I mean, that's an outstanding job. You're going to have one of these every now and then.
Garcia takes a strike on the outside corner. He's walked and hit a sac fly. It is 6-0 Rangers. Code word of the game is 2018. Enter your code word in the member portal today to claim your points. It's wild that Devers is the only remaining member of the 18 championship team. And, of course, Nate here with the Rangers. 2-2 is on the ground in the right field, a base hit. 12 hits for Texas. Semien up to second. He'll hold there.
If you look at those last 2 hits, the Rangers right now are doing a good job of hitting the ball where it's pitched. They're not trying to hit the ball out of the ballpark. They're just shortening up and getting the barrel to the baseball.
And the Red Sox, after that explosion for 30 runs in 3 games between Cleveland and Toronto, their next 4, they only scored 15 and shut out through 4 innings tonight. Again, erratic offense.
We've seen a streaky team offensively this whole season.
No doubt about it. 2 out, rather 2 on, 1 out, and Evan Carter takes a curveball at the top of the zone for strike 1.
It's hard to put your finger on why this team is extremely streaky like this. We've talked about strikeouts and shortening up.
0-1. Strike on the outside corner. I did a little digging on the off day in the 5 minutes I wasn't putting mulch in the yard, Lenny. And, you know, you try to... This is not total anomaly because most of the time when you win, your big players hit, and when you lose, they don't. But it's pretty stark for the Red Sox. 0-2 is outside. So in wins this season, here are the numbers on Devers, Bregman, and Story. In wins, Devers is hitting .330, slugging .597, Bregman .400, .786, Story .338 and .568. Those are the numbers in the wins. 1-2 to Evan Carter, the pitch. Curveball popped up. Foul side of first, long run over for Toro. And it's into the second row. And in losses, Raffy hitting a .156, Bregman .232, Story .180. With no slug.
It makes perfect sense. Those are the guys that the Red Sox will put on their back to go out and win ball games. Those are the guys that are supposed to hit. If I'm facing a team, you know the 2, 3, 4 guys are going to get their hits. But when you start allowing the 7, 8, 9 guys hits, that's where you're starting to fail.
1-2. Bernardino facing Carter. 6-0 Rangers. Swing and miss. Good curveball by Bernie. That's a big second out for him. Bring up Jonah Heim. You know, watching Toro drift over into foul ground, it's a little tough on him to make this point in his first start with the Red Sox, but it does shine a spotlight on the lack of depth at that position for the Red Sox. And Craig Breslow has said over and over again there are conversations happening about the long-term fix there. Here's Heim from the right side against Bernardino. He swings and misses, and it's 0-1.
With their internal options, you've got a guy like Rafael Devers that can make that transition, in my opinion, relatively easy.
Yep.
There's external. There's guys that are out there still free agents, guys like Anthony Rizzo, Dom Smith. These are guys that I don't know if they're hitting right now or doing anything, but
0-1, another strike.
And there's guys in the minor leagues. You talk about Vaughn Grissom. Who knows Meyer?
Alex was asked again today, did you have conversations with Raffy about playing first? He said no. Do you plan to? No. Whether or not that means they'd like him to initiate a conversation is another matter.
I feel like you're getting to the point where you shouldn't be waiting for someone to come to you.
0-2, swing and a miss, good curveball by Bernardino. And the inning is over. The Rangers held off the board in the 5th inning, 2 left on, 6-0 halfway home. Rangers lead on the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
I'm Kiana, and I leveled up my business with Shopify. Once I figured out that Shopify was a thing, I never turned back. I can create a site with my eyes closed. Shopify thinks ahead of us, and it thinks about the customer more than anything. Every day I'm thinking about some other new business, but Shopify is doing it to me because it's so easy to use. It's like I can't stop. I'm addicted.
Start your free trial at Shopify.com.
What We Spend is a new podcast that explores something we almost never talk about. Every week, you'll hear a different guest share everything they spend their money on. What We Spend is available now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
When the lows of bipolar depression feel dark, Caplyta is a chance to let in the light. Caplyta lumateperone is available by prescription only and can be taken alone or with lithium or valproate. Unlike some medicines that only treat bipolar 1, Caplyta is proven to deliver significant symptom relief from both bipolar 1 and 2 depression. And in clinical trials, movement disorders and weight gain were not common.
Caplyta can cause serious side effects. Call your doctor about sudden mood changes, behaviors, or suicidal thoughts right away. Antidepressants may increase these risks in young adults. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Caplyta is not approved for dementia-related psychosis or for people under 18. Report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol and weight gain may occur, as can high blood sugar, which may be fatal. Monitoring is recommended. These aren't all the serious side effects. Most common side effects include sleepiness, dizziness, nausea, and dry mouth.
Ask your doctor about Caplyta. Visit Caplyta.com or call 888-252-4824.
Narcan Show, weekday afternoons starting at 6. Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Well, it takes a spark to start a fire. I heard that somewhere. Trevor Story going to try to do that here. Story, Toro, and Narvaez in the Herb Chambers batting order. Brought to you by Herb Chambers Jaguar Boston, Jaguar Sudbury, and Jaguar Land Rover Sudbury. Here's Trevor. He takes curveball in there for strike one. Nate doing Nate things. I mean, he's only thrown 61 pitches. He's carving them up. One hit allowed and a 6-run lead.
You look at the splits from Trevor Story facing lefties and righties.
One is outside.
It's been way, way better this season versus lefties. Struggled a little bit versus righties.
236 against pitchers like Evaldi. 1-1. Pitch. Foul back. 93-mile-an-hour fastball. This is just artistry from Evaldi. He's thrown 26 four-seamers, 14 splitters, 10 cutters, and 10 curveballs. Sure.
And he's getting a 1-2 again. Getting to 2 strikes extremely quickly.
He was the king of that here. Alex Cora was so wonderful about that. Talking with him in the pregame show. 1-2 to Story. Pitch is outside. I asked him, because I've talked to him so many times about that 18 World Series and all the decisions, Nunez for Devers, Moreland against Madsen, all those big moments that turned that whole World Series. And of course, Nate, everybody knows, that even follows this team a little bit, was such a hero in Game 3 before giving up the homer to Muncy. 2-2 to Story. Chopper foul on the third base side. I asked him today, I said, what was it like just watching his eyes coming back into the dugout? And he said, well, first of all, it was a guy who just embraced the moment. Total competitor, loved the big spotlight. He said, though, I realized it the minute we got him. He came over, and it was 8 innings, 7 innings against New York and Minnesota, and he was just embracing the whole vibe of being a Red Sox pitcher.
You can teach spin. You can teach changing speeds. A lot of these guys, most of the guys in the big leagues have arms, but those are things that you really can't teach. You're born with that fire, or you're not.
He was such a leader on this club, too, to guys like Houck and Whitlock. 2-2, swing and a miss. He got him. So Story is struck out. For Trevor, in now his 35th game, that's his 42nd strikeout. I mean, Houck and Whitlock were brilliant about it. They just hitched their wagon to him. They just followed him everywhere he went.
And why wouldn't you? I mean, this is a guy, if you want a prototype, a certain type of pitcher that can go out there and be successful, this is the guy, Nathan Eovaldi.
He loved Boston. He wanted to stay. The pitch to Abraham Toro is fastball center cut that's fouled straight back. This offseason, he was down to 2 teams, Rangers and Red Sox. 3-year, $75 million deal he signed to stay home. And not home, he's from the Houston area, but still very comfortable there. 0-1. Ripped into left field. This thing's got a chance to catch some green, and it will. Abraham Toro off the top line of the scoreboard is making a bad decision here, though. He runs around first into second, and he's thrown out. Can't happen.
Trying to do too much. Over-aggressive right there. take the base hit. That's a Fenway single right there. Again, when you're trying to do too much, when you know you're not going to get many hits in this game, you got to be able to go station to station at certain points in the game.
Letty, I know that this is one night. I know it's 6-0, but that is just such a microcosm of the last week where the Red Sox have been picked off at first base a couple times. They've fouled off balls where bags were stolen. They get thrown out at the plate with nobody out in the first inning. Bad defense. Here's Carlos Narvaez, the pitch. He is outside. They're searching right now for their identity.
Yeah, file most of those under the little things. If you do the little things right, the big things start to fall into place.
Nate was the Jimmy Fund captain here. He embraced everything that meant. 1-0, swung on a miss, and he did it without wanting any accolades. You talk to Lisa over at the Jimmy Fund, and she loves all those guys, right? I mean, whether it's Brock or Mitch or Nate, Whitlock, who does the job now. So many wonderful have held that job. The 1-1 fell off, but you can see a little twinkle in her eye when she talks about Nate Eovaldi. He just has that special touch.
Yeah, they have a lot of thought and care when it comes into picking the Jimmy Fund captain. You're not picking that out of a hat by any means. This is a person, well, you see the person with the kids and you know right away that's why they're the Jimmy Fund captain.
Total emotional IQ off the charts. 2 down, bases empty, 6-0 Rangers. Narvaez, it's a ground ball fair inside the first base bag. It bangs off the wall past the tarp, and Carlos is into second base with a hit. Had Toro not been thrown out at second, I think he maybe scores there. As it is, it's 2-out double.
Yeah, that's another little eccentricity that Fenway Park has. It kind of goes in toward the line and then back. That just happened to hit right on the corner there. Basically 90 degrees from the line. If it gets past that, it rolls around the corner. So there's really no way to defend that. You just kind of keep it in front of you.
Red Sox baseball brought to you by your New England Ford dealers in the F-Series, America's best-selling truck for 48 years, an official truck of the Sox. Let's see what Rafaela does here on the first pitch. Narvaez at second, the pitch. Lined into the right side of the infield. Smith doesn't know he caught it. It's in his glove. He's looking around. He thought it deflected off his glove into the outfield, and the inning is over. You don't see that often. Well, he swung. He hit it hard, but the Red Sox, more mental mistakes.
The ball caught him.
It did. We go to the 6-0 Rangers. The Shaw's and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Looking for a career that offers a 6-figure income, world-class health benefits, and a fixed benefit pension? With just a high school equivalency certificate in fluent English, you can join us. We have excellent education incentives. I started with just a high school diploma, and now I can provide my family with a great life. The benefits are amazing and the job security is unbeatable. Become a correctional officer by applying today at doc.ri.gov/careers.
I'm Rhett.
And I'm Link.
And we're the hosts of the podcast Ear Biscuits. We're just two lifelong friends who've been talking about life for a long time.
From being dads to businessmen to all the random things we experience, nothing is off limits.
And now we're talking to you. We're answering your questions, giving advice that you may or may not want to take, and listening to your hilarious stories.
So leave us a voicemail to be part of the show at
1-888-EARPOD1 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Celebrate Mother's Day at the 99 Restaurant and treat Mom to delicious new menu specials made especially for her, like herb garlic filet mignon, lemon caper swordfish, or their famous colossal or hot buttered lobster rolls. You gotta love the Nines.
You're listening to the Sox on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Now back to the play-by-play action.
We go to the top of the 6th inning. Red Sox trailing the Rangers 6-0. I heard a muffled sort of clarification on the runs scored. I think they're talking about the first run on the wild pitch that gave the Rangers a 1-0 lead. We'll follow up on that in a minute. Here's Josh Young. Sean Newcomb is the new pitcher for the Red Sox. By the way, the Abreu from Narvaez means another double for diabetes and $50 to the American Diabetes Association. Brought to you in part by the Massachusetts Health Connector. Rocket to short, caught by Story. If you need health insurance, go to mahealthconnector.org. Find the right plan for you and your family.
Tell you what, Sean Newcomb's really played himself or pitched himself into this role. It was either heading to AAA or putting him in the bullpen, and he showed enough in the starting role to go out there and say, okay, all right, we can use this kid.
Here's Josh Smith, the leadoff man from the left side. No doubt about it. He got a lot of double play balls early as a starter. There's a lot of contact because not too much swing and miss. 1-0. Pitch, pop foul on the third base side.
First outing in a relief role last time out. Did have 3 strikeouts and a base hit. When you're a guy like Newcomb and you know you're only going to go 1, maybe 2, possibly 3 in certain instances, you can probably dial it up a little bit more too.
1-1 fouled out of play down the left field side. And it's 1-2.
Get a couple extra mile an hour in your fastball where you don't have to go, you're going 5, maybe 6 innings. Leave it all on the table.
I mean, even though there were a lot of base runners, a lot of contact, he did a very nice job at a fill-in roll. 1-2 is outside of the slider.
But you're right. There's not a lot of swing and miss. He's the type of guy that's going to use movement, location to get outs, pitching to contact, let the defense take care of it. Knowing that's the key.
He is a pitcher's pitcher. 2-2. Here it is. Outside. This bullpen thing is no new role for him either. I mean, did it a ton after coming onto the scene as a starter with the Braves. You can see his breath as he exhales here on a foggy, misty night. 3-2. Swing and a miss. Foul, actually. Narvaez couldn't quite hang on to it. I mean, Lenny, look, Giolito did not throw the ball well tonight. That's the story of the night. The Rangers had a little bit of a feeding frenzy in the 4th. But in both the first inning and the 5th, the Red Sox made mistakes that really hurt them. 3-2, the pitch. That's high. He walked him. Did Newcomb. They don't turn a double play that leads to the first run on the wild pitch in nasty conditions. And then, look, it's not the end-all be-all, but Toro finally gets something going. The Red Sox seeing balls well from Eovaldi for the first time, and he runs into and out at second base.
Yeah, Giolito will be the first person to tell you post-game that he didn't have his A game. This is a game that he wants to put behind him as soon as possible. But you're right, doing the little things.
There's Wyatt Langford swinging a miss.
Doing the little things can help a situation out. When a guy knows he doesn't have his good stuff, he's going to need you to go out there and do everything you possibly can to get back in the dugout, get the offense picking up bats.
0-1. Pitch. Not bad. Curveball just missed. And it is 1-1. The Celtics will look to bounce back tomorrow night. They missed, 45 three-point shots last night? An NBA all-time high.
What's the saying? Live by the 3, die by the 3?
Yeah, they died by it last night.
Again, that's a team that's too good. Too good to be losing.
Yeah, and that will not continue. Wouldn't think. The 1-1 is through the wickets of Narvaez. A pass ball. I think that's his first of the year. Sinking fastball and runner up to second.
Yeah, you don't see that very often. Leading catchers with 6 defensive runs saved. You can see that's a pitch that's a little bit lower than he thought.
I take it back. That was in the dirt. I heard it hit the tip of the glove. He'd like to get that one, Lenny, but they will score a wild pitch.
It will be. Ideally, he gets on his knees and blocks that ball up there. You can't reach and grab that with your fingers to the sky.
2-1. Here's the pitch, up and in. It's funny. You don't see that, though, really anymore. Now that guys go down to one knee. Roger Clemens was with us the other day. He was hilarious. He said, all these guys are down on one knee. If Getty did that, they'd send him to AAA.
He's not lying. It's a little bit strange as a former player, a former pitcher, to seeing that.
3-1 is fouled straight back. All the analytics say that, you basically block as well. I'm not sold on that. I'm not. But that especially the wear and tear that's saved on the knees, and you can throw really more quickly.
I get that. You're trying to prolong careers, and there's a priority as far as stealing pitches, framing balls.
Here is a swing and a miss at a slider, and Newcomb has a strikeout for out number 2.
Again, nice job from Newcomb. Newcomb making pitches, getting in pitchers' leverage counts. getting a little swing and miss there.
He's out of the bullpen. Bullpen report brought to you by Interlock Metal Roofing. Never re-roof again. NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com. What you said about the framing is the key point, Lenny, as Corey Seager takes a slider outside ball one. We've decided as an industry, and I think the numbers bear this out, that the most important thing a catcher can do is give the best look possible to the umpire on a pitch that misses. 1-0, the pitch, swing and a miss. And something about being down on that knee gives you a more stable base to be able to, not sneakily, but rapidly rip balls, especially at the bottom of the zone, up to make them look like strikes.
Yeah, if you watch a game, you can see the catcher, as soon as that ball, or actually right before the ball hits the mitt, he's going toward the baseball and then bringing it up inside the strike zone. It's a reason why this season Narvaez himself has had a couple interference. Those are E2, right? Because he's reaching out into the barrel zone.
It's what they're taught. There's no doubt. That's why you see it more and more. 6-0 Texas in the 6th, 1-2 the count. The pitch is just inside. He missed his location there. He was trying to go away and missed in, and it's 2-2.
And you've heard us talk about the importance of getting strikes, getting strike one, strike two. If they're stealing a few of those a game, you're putting your pitcher in certain counts where he's going to be ahead in the zone rather than behind.
2-2. Pitch fouled off. You know, one thing you don't see as much either now, Lenny, is a glove set at location. Whether or not that's to deceive base runners, whatever. When you pitched, did you want to see a quiet, steady target?
Well, Tech was the best at that.
Yeah.
You know, he would basically set up and you'd know where it was going to be. But yeah, he would move his hands inside sometimes and slap his hands together to throw them off and then get outside.
2-2. Pitch. On the ground to the second baseman. Campbell, he bobbles from a knee. He picks up with a bare hand. Gotta hurry. Throws to first in time. And the inning is over. So, Newcomb works around a walk. After 5.5 at Fenway, 6-0 Rangers. The Shaws and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Some people follow the rules, but where's the fun in that? I'm Soraya, and this is Rule Breakers, the podcast where we celebrate the rebels, the risk takers, and the ones who make their own way. Every week, I sit down with the boldest voices in sports, entertainment, and beyond to talk about breaking barriers, defying expectations, and rewriting the rules. No limits, no apologies, just real talk. Follow and listen to Rule Breakers with Soraya, an Odyssey podcast available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Need better internet? Cox Internet has the fast, reliable speeds you're looking for. Perfect for seamless streaming, gaming, and working from home. And now get Cox 300 meg internet for only $50 a month with a 2-year plan price lock guarantee and equipment included. So get your household up to speed. Switch to Cox Internet today. Taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee.
Spring has sprung, Red Sox fans, and baseball's finally back. Make your lawn Fenway Park quality this season with Pennington Grass Seed. As the official lawn care partner of the Boston Red Sox, Pennington knows how to help you grow a lush, healthy lawn. Whether your yard needs a complete transformation or a simple touch-up, Pennington's got the right solution for you. Gear up for spring with Pennington and grow a lawn you can be proud of. Pennington Grass Seed, available at the Home Depot.
Lowe's helps refresh your garden in time for Mother's Day. Right now, get 5 bags of 1.5 cubic foot Scott's Naturescapes mulch for just $10. Plus, select 1.5 gallon annuals hanging baskets make the perfect gift. Now 2 for only $15. The best garden starts with great deals. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 5/7. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Jaron Duran trying to ignite something. Nate Eovaldi's thrown 73 pitches. The Ranger bullpen skirting around a little bit. We know Nate, though. He can go deep into games. He's not gotten to the century mark, though, with pitches, and that makes sense at 35 years old. Here's Duran swinging and missing at a curveball 0-1.
Early in I guess it was last month, he did throw a Maddox, though. I think he was 99 pitches, complete game, shutout. So he almost got there.
Duran has struck out. And bounce one back to Nate. So often, he would take you deep into games. No-hitter, perfect game through 5-6 innings. When he's on, he is so good. The 0-1, swing and a miss, splitter. And I don't think he'll end up in Cooperstown, but he had one trait that I think does separate guys who end up, kind of eking across the finish line, and that is in the playoffs. This guy is absolute nails.
Again, that's the stuff that you just can't teach. When the lights are brightest, they want the baseball. They want to go out there and perform. You talk about Maddox, Greg's brothers in their dugout.
Mike, 0-2, fouled off on the first base side.
So you got to think that some of the philosophy that Nate takes to the mound day in and day out, get ahead, stay ahead, get into leverage counts, that's an organization-wide philosophy. Everywhere, though, right? But it's about going out there and performing and getting it done day in and day out.
Well, this guy is a pitching coach's dream, too. I mean, even after all the money he's made, all the success, he is just an open book and a sponge.
He's a late bloomer.
He is.
He was hurt so early in his career.
0-2, Duran pops it foul. Back a third and into the seats.
He's gifted physically. He's got the aptitude to be extremely coachable. He adapts to the game. You can see him adjusting his timing towards home plate, speeding up and slowing down. And he's got the stuff.
Well, he's got the discipline to turn down his wife Becca's cupcakes and cookies, which is not easy.
Do you think he does?
He does. 0-2 is swung on and missed. A good curveball. And Duran is gone. I mean, just look at him. Of course he does. He says he'll have like half of one every once in a while.
I knew a guy in the Oakland organization that would eat a Snickers bar and then spit it out. I can't live that way. There's no way to live.
Just
right?
get the taste and
just
then you're
taste
done.
it and spit it in the trash. That's eyewash. Come on.
You know what I had the other day? I bought these for my kids, and I'm not afraid to say they've had none of them. I've had basically all as Raffy digs in. Snickers eggs. They were unbelievable as Raffy grounds one fair over the bag. No foul, I beg your pardon. C.B. Buckner said that did not go over the pillow. Smith did field it, so probably a good thing it was called foul.
I haven't heard a word you said since you said Snickers eggs.
You know what's so cool about it? Like if you had a Reese's egg. Like
okay, this is their variety.
Yeah, and so the ratio and the thickness of the milk chocolate is just a little different, right? Like what makes a Snickers so great is that it's dense. It's got all the ingredients.
Oh my gosh.
But it's just a little thinner, a little bit more spread out, a little creamier.
Can I get this now, or is this an Easter thing? I'm asking for a friend.
I'll bring it tomorrow. I got a couple left. I hid them for my kids.
Sure you do.
The 0-1. By the way, the Easter Bunny brought them, not me. Here's a pitch that's outside. It's 1-1. I don't know about you, Lenny, but you get so much candy from Halloween and Easter, and you end up just having like bags of this stuff over the years. And my wife is really good about just kind of periodically tossing stuff. The 1-1 is fouled back to the screen. It's 1-2.
That's a sin. First of all, let's get that out in the open. Are you kidding me? That stuff it'll last a decade. Okay.
So, but before she throws it, I find a way to get the Reese's eggs and the Snickers and all that stuff. The problem is now my kids they used to be allergic to peanut butter, so they've overcome that. So now they like all the stuff I do. 1-2 pitch is high. Fastball, 2-2.
There are times when I'd be staying up late watching the Sox, and I would send a random picture to my buddy down the street, 5 houses down, of just like 50 candy wrappers sitting on the couch next to me, and say nothing.
It can happen in a hurry, can't it?
How'd that get there?
2-2 to Raffy. Swing and a miss. He got him. Cut fastball. Nate Eovaldi has struck out 7. And the frustration continues for this offense.
83 pitches right now and 2 outs in the 6th inning. Doesn't seem to be getting tired whatsoever either. Seems to be getting better, locating the same, getting the 2 strikes.
All right, here's Bregman for 2 today. Next homer would be the 200th of his big league career. Pitch is just perfect. I mean, that's cut fastball at the bottom of the zone, outside corner. 0-1.
There's a feeling you get when you're dealing on the mound as a big leaguer where you're not thinking about anything and you're letting your body just take over, and that's what Nathan's going through right now.
0-1, fouled off. That's the one thing about him that I loved always watching Lenny, is that part of the reason he can alter his delivery and his mechanics and his arm angle and all that stuff is that he is a feel pitcher, and there's so few of those now. 0-2.
His delivery is very simple. It's very repeatable.
Here's the pitch. Bregman rips one down the right field line. Looks like another double. And it is inside the line. It bangs up the wall. Goes for a ride around the rail. And Alex Bregman has done it again. His 14th double. And the Red Sox have a little spark here in the bottom of the sixth.
Just an outstanding job of going with that pitch. That's a fastball, 98 miles an hour, right on the black. Lets it get deep. And again, he's not trying to hit the ball out of the ballpark. Gets his hands to it quickly. No launch angle. Just throwing your hands down to the baseball.
Here's Christian Campbell trying to pay that off. You know, it's a dying breed too, Lenny, because everybody now, every single time they throw a baseball, they got 7 iPads and TrackMan all over the place. It's not to say that Nate doesn't use those technologies. He does. But he also goes with what he feels out of his hand. Runner at second with 2 down, 6-0 Rangers. The pitch is a check swing. He went around. And it is 0-1. I do need to tell you that if you want to win free groceries for a year in prizes like $500 in Shaw's gift cards, or your child has an honorary bat kit, enter the Shaw's and Star Market Grand Slam Summer Sweepstakes. Spend $50, get your code, and enter. Then he'd spend all that $50 on Snickers and Reese's. The 0-1 is swung on and missed at a splitter, and it's 0-2.
But you're right. Talk about information. There's so much information out there. It can drive you batty, really. I mean, just going on feel and knowing exactly what you have today. Like, you know, if you've got 3 pitches working, those are what you're going to go to. But it's about locating those pitches more than anything.
0-2. 2 down, Bregman at second. 6-0 Rangers. Pitch is a ground ball up the middle into center field. That's a base hit. Bregman will come home to score. Campbell does the job, and the Red Sox at long last are on the board. It is 6-1.
Good things happen when you put the bat to the baseball short and quick. Again, another example of a hitter not trying to go yard, just getting the baseball in the outfield. Good things will happen.
Well, now as Mike Maddox does come to the mound, you got a chance with Wilyer Abreu coming to the mound to make this thing really legitimately interesting. This copyrighted broadcast presented by authority of the Red Sox may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form of the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of EEI and the Red Sox. 2 right-handed hitters in the middle of the order did the job. Off the schneid, looking for more.
And again, what you want from Abreu right here is to get a good pitch to hit. Probably going to see a fastball early in the zone. Get that front foot down and just try to put it in the outfield. He's a strong enough hitter to where he doesn't need to launch this ball out of the ballpark. You just want to see down to it and then up through it.
Wilyer, this is amazing. I mean, he did damage against Eovaldi on opening day today. Willier's 0 for 2, but he is now 3 for 6 with 2 home runs off of Nate.
This is the guy you want at the plate right now.
What time this would be. One on, a run in. 6-1 Rangers. Pitch. Wilyer drives one into left field, and it will be by Langford. He totally butchered the read, came in, but his athleticism won out in the end. Wow. Good swing by Abreu. And Wyatt Langford did that to the Red Sox a couple of times down in Arlington. Sox get a run, but after 6, they trail 6-1 on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Looking for a career that offers a 6-figure income, world-class health benefits, and a fixed benefit pension? With just a high school equivalency certificate in fluent English, you can join us. We have excellent education incentives. I started with just a high school diploma, and now I can provide my family with a great life. The benefits are amazing and the job security is unbeatable. Become a correctional officer by applying today at doc.ri.gov/apply.
Hey, I'm Tank Sinatra here with my co-host,
Investigator Slater.
And together we host the true crime podcast, Psychopedia.
It's true crime infused with comedy.
Making it a crimedy.
Available on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to your podcasts.
Need better internet? Cox Internet has the fast, reliable speeds you're looking for. Perfect for seamless streaming. And now get Cox 300 may get $50 a month with a 2-year plan price lock guarantee and equipment included. So get your household up to speed. Switch to Cox Internet today. Taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee.
Looking for the perfect gift for mom? 99 Restaurants gift cards are the perfect gift. For every $25 you purchase, you'll receive a $5 bonus card for yourself. You gotta love the nines.
Ask your smart speaker to play 93.7 WEEI. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Sean Newcomb continues in the game against a pinch hitter, Blaine Krim. Is on for Jock Peterson. You wonder if Bruce Bochy's sending a message about that bunt with 2 strikes.
I 100% think that. I mean, what else could it be about?
I love that if it's true.
That's the old school approach right there.
It was an absurd play. Krim grounds one on the third base side, backhanded by Bregman. Beautifully done. He throws to first in time, 1 away. I hope we hear tomorrow.
There's really no excuse for him to go out there in that situation and try to bunt twice on that bat, especially with 2 strikes, up by 6.
It was a dumb. It's unforgivable. Don't play one. All right, here's Marcus Semien. 1 out. Pitch is a strike on the outside corner. Arbella Insurance Foundation dedicated to striking out 4 season and the 25 season to the 01. Arbella donates $50 to the Jimmy Fund, here for the Jimmy Fund and here for good. To read the copy that's given to me. I'm Ron Burgundy.
How now, brown cow.
It's kind of a big deal. The 1-1 is a little bit outside, and it's 2-1. Does your home have a lot of leather-bound books, Lenny?
Are you friends with Merlin Olsen? Does that answer your question?
I wish. He sounded like a great time. 2-1. Pitch. That's inside to Semien. And it's 3-1.
I'm Ron Burgundy.
Good job by Joe Braverman. Question mark. 3-1. Swing and a miss. That was a good pitch by Newcomb. Cutter. And it is 3-2.
3-2 count. I feel like I'm going right back to that pitch. He's got good feel for it. Throw it until he proves he's not going to be able to hit it.
3-2 to Semien. The pitch is fouled off. In on the hands. And it is 3 balls and 2 strikes. Rangers got 5 in the 4th. That changed this game. They lead 6-1. Elsewhere on the Subaru of New England scoreboard, we'll check in on the Yankees and the Padres. A little love goes a long way in the 2025 Subaru Forester Hybrid. Learn more at SubaruofNewEngland.com. 3-2. Semien swings and misses, and they're 2 away. Sean Newcomb says, let me start over. I want to be on you.
It's a great job. There's a lot of fight in Newcomb. That's what I like. You know, you go 3-1, you get to 3-2, you don't give in. You throw 2 cutters in the same location. He swings through one. He fouls the next one off, and you go to a break a ball, back foot right there. Outstanding job getting that out.
Padres, by the way, lead the Yankees 3-2. Pitch to Garcia high. That is no solace, though, right now, Lenny. This team, this Red Sox club needs to start playing better.
On both sides of the baseball, really. There's so many different things that they need to do better, and it's really the small things. Late in games, start scoring runs more. 7th, 8th inning, you got to be able to put hitters away.
1-1. Pitch. Chopper softly hit toward third. Very tough play for Bregman. He'll bare hand. He'll throw to first. Just not in time. Garcia looked like he might have pulled something going down the line. That'll make Bruce Bochy worry a little bit. A night like this on a slick track, that's the last thing they want.
I can't believe Bregman actually made that play. Yeah, it was bang, bang, but I mean, honestly. Yeah, you're right. I've seen him play enough, but it still boggles my mind that he's able to get to that baseball on the wet grass and still make it that close.
He's been unbelievable. He really has. 2 down, a runner on. Here's Evan Carter, his comeback to the big leagues. He had major back injuries. They thought it was a lumbar strain last season. This guy was a total hero in the playoffs 2 seasons ago. And they figured out he had some real stress reactions back there. Here is first pitch from Newcomb that misses for ball 1. All right, so the Red Sox as a team in the first inning have scored 27 runs, tied for the most with the third inning. 1-0. Pitch. Strike. I mean, that happens, right? You know you're getting your big hitters up in the first inning without fail. And so they've slugged .542 in the first inning. In the seventh inning, they slugged .353, then .368, .353.
So there's a significant drop as far as power numbers, getting on base.
1-1, a little looper up the middle and into the outfield for a base hit off the end of the bat pass Story, and Evan Carter's got another hit. And look, part of that, of course, is that nowadays there's guys coming out throwing 98 with wipeout breaking stuff. But it does underscore what you're talking about, and that is finding a way to get offense late.
Just do it differently, right? You know, you face a guy in the 7th, 8th inning. Typically, those guys are going to have 1 or 2 pitches. They're going to have 2 pitches that are quality, right? So you could basically flip a coin in certain counts and say, okay, this is what I'm looking for. And then when they make a mistake, you have to capitalize. I've seen that too many times this season where they do make a mistake and just not do anything about it.
Yeah, Alex Cora made that point today. Here is Jonah Heim. Swings and misses at a Newcomb fastball, and it's 0-1. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan post-game show. You deserve a card that thrills you. Nissan's got an exciting full line that'll put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store, and, of course, NissanUSA.com today. 2 down in the 7th. 0-1 foul back. I think Sean got away with one there. Fastball just in enough, and it's quickly 0-2.
Now we'll see if he can expand. He's 0-2 through a fastball inside. I'd like to see that same pitch, but maybe 3 baseballs in.
Time is 2 for 3. Seems to always hurt the Red Sox. Batting right, the pitch outside. Remember the slider. Maybe that's a setup pitch. And it's 1-2.
See if he goes back in with the fastball right here.
1-2. Here's a ground ball on the right side. Toro does have it at his belt buckle. Not an easy play. Nicely done. And the inning is over. Sean Newcomb's been good. Stretch time at Fenway. 6-1 Rangers. Story, Toro, and Narvaez at least scheduled to hit. And we'll see about Evaldi. Bruce Bochy looking at Adolis Garcia. Back for more after this on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
I'm Rhett.
And I'm Link.
And we're the hosts of the podcast Ear Biscuits. We're just 2 lifelong friends who've been talking about life for a long time.
From being dads to businessmen to all the random things we experience, nothing is off limits.
And now we're talking to you. We're answering your questions, giving advice that you may or may not want to take, and listening to your hilarious stories.
So leave us a voicemail to be part of the show at
1-888-EARPOD1 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, Red Sox fans, imagine turning your deck or balcony into the ultimate pre-game spot any day of the week. With Kenyon Electric Grills, you're always just moments away from that perfect sear. Proudly made just down I-95 in Clinton, Connecticut, the grills are designed for the city life. Forget what you know about electric grills. Kenyon's high-quality and USA-manufactured craftsmanship mean you're not just grilling, you're grilling with the best. Slide into KenyonGrills.com and see why they're the official grill of the Boston Red Sox. And you can make any day turn into a weekend, too.
For burgers, lasagna, tacos to nachos, ground beef is on sale at Shaw's and Star Market. Get value pack 80% lean fresh ground beef for only $2.97 a pound. Limit 2 when you use the digital coupon. Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network.
Ted Johnson here. Over the past 10 years, the weight loss industry has seen it all. New medications, fad diets, sculpting, yet Awaken 180 still stands alone as a proven solution for lasting weight loss. Results at Awaken180weightloss.com.
It's time to start finding things we need for the summer. Don't forget to break out the floating beer pong table. It's also time to find money for the summer that you may have coming to you don't even know about. Enter your name at findmassmoney.gov. It's fast, easy, and it's free.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays, 5:30 to 10.
Now back to the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Trevor Story lead it off against the new Blue Jay pitcher, Sean Armstrong, big right-hander. 6-1 Texas. First pitch to Trevor is a sinking fastball, then misses for ball 1. Story has only seen Armstrong 2 times. A 3.21 ERA. The Ranger bullpen has not been a problem for them. But they've just not had a lot of opportunities for their high-leverage relievers. They've not scored enough to see enough of guys like Luke Jackson. Armstrong gets a swing and a miss, and it's 1-1. They've not gotten a ton of depth from their starters either, the Rangers. 1-1, swing and a miss, fastball, and it's 1-2. Luke Malley has been awesome for the Texas Rangers. Tyler Malley, I should say. He's been better than Eovaldi. They got him tomorrow, do the Red Sox, with Houck on the mound.
Yeah, the rotation, in my opinion, has been the strong suit for the Rangers. The offense, obviously, has been lackluster, to say the least.
1-2. Story swings and misses. Fastball 93. That's the miss.
That's been his Achilles heel this whole season. The fastball is up in the zone. And 93 is not really a power fastball either these days. Just not getting to the ball with the barrel. I like the approach they took last inning. Everybody was going the opposite field. Everybody had a nice line drive approach, not trying to do too much, just getting the bat to the baseball. Good things happened.
This is now Abraham Toro, who took a ball up and away. One down, 1-0. Abraham fouls it off the other way. I mean, the Red Sox love the promise of Trevor Story, the man that he is, the work that he's put in, the upside offensively, but he's now in one of those stretches where he is really fighting it offensively. 1-1. Pitch. Little line drive again into left field. This time Langford doesn't have to leap to make the play. That's two liners the other way for Toro.
Again, I like the swing, not trying to do too much, just poking it out there. Good things happen typically. Just happened to hit that one right to the left fielder. Don't change the approach from that.
Trevor is now 5 for his last 30, but the slump goes on a little further than that, unfortunately. Here is Carlos Narvaez, who has one of the Red Sox 5 hits, a double last time. Takes strike one on the outside corner. Numbers are pretty simple for the Red Sox. When they strike out 10 or more times, it has not gone well. They've fanned 8 times tonight. Eovaldi was great. 0-1 is low. Sweeper. And Lenny, it's not been declared. Nothing's permanent, but I think it's pretty obvious when you watch this team that Carlos Narvaez has earned, I should say, at least half, if not more, of the playing time.
Absolutely.
1-1. So a ground ball on the right side of the infield. Semion's got it. He throws to first. Very quickly go the Sox in the bottom of the 7th. 6-1 Texas after 7 in the Shaws and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
The Women's Hoop Show, a podcast hosted by me, Jordan Robinson, brings you fresh women's basketball voices and breakdowns every week. I'll be joined by hoop experts all year long. Find the Women's Hoop Show on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
When you choose Interlock Metal Roofing, you're not just getting a roof. You're making a lifetime investment in quality. Their premium metal roofing systems are made with American aluminum, built to stand the test of time. No rust, no rot, no re-roofing, just unbeatable protection from a name you can trust. Interlock Metal Roofing, a trusted metal roofing leader for over 2 decades. Never re-roof again. Visit NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com. That's NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com.
Here at the Zebra, research shows the average person would rather endure a root canal than search for auto and home insurance.
Just try to relax.
Okay.
Or be trapped in a car for 8 hours with toddlers on a sugar high. Or remove a nest of irate hornets. That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com. We do the searching, you do the saving. I think I'll wait inside.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Sean Newcomb continues in the game. He's done a very nice job. You'll see Young, Smith, and Langford. 6-1. Shabuzi going at Fenway Park. Hey, man, you know what? The fans who've stuck this thing out do whatever they want. Impressive.
Even a little Shabuzi.
I don't know that they sell double shots of whiskey at Fenway, but
not at this hour.
If they do. Bartender. Here's Josh Young, right-handed hitter. The pitch. Where did that miss? I mean, what?
It didn't.
That looked like it was in the heart of the plate. Called ball one. Young is struck out, flied out to right, and lined out to short. Pitch is a strike. That one was center cut enough for John Bacon to say, yeah, that was a strike. So now it's 1-1, 1-1. Next one, outside. Changeup to Young. 2 balls and a strike. One of those early crossroads for the Red Sox coming up. 2-1 pitch misses outside.
So we've seen him get back into counts. He was 3-1 last inning, was able to make pitches to get back into it, and ended up getting a strikeout.
This time he does get back in the count. Fastball. Young hated the call.
Might have been a little
gods.
makeup right there, possibly.
Hey, it should be 3-2, and it is. This one is strike 3 called. Young barked a little bit at John Bacon, and I think he paid a price for it there. Bochy doesn't love it, but a strikeout to begin the 8th for Sean Newcomb.
Newcomb's got a little bit of a bulldog in him. I tell you what, any count, if you're 3-1, you know he's not giving up. He's not going to put you on.
Of course he does. The Middleborough man, foul ball wide of third. Bregman gives it a run, but he runs out of room. And it's 0-1 to Josh Smith, the leadoff man, who's been on base 3 times for Texas. 7th inning sponsored by the Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, got to get Glassman. All 7-6-1-7 and then 7-7s. Another strike on a fastball to Josh Smith, and it's 0-2. Bases empty, 1 down, top 8, 6-1 Texas.
The Bulldog cleat and spike cleaner is getting a ton of use tonight.
They probably had to replace. I haven't been paying enough attention. 0-2. Fouled out of the mid of Narvaez. Wouldn't you think they've had to change it out or at least clean it itself a few times?
Yeah, they take a brush out there. I don't know if it's a wire bristle or what, but they clean it off. They get all the dirt out of it.
It's about that time to really do the deep clean of the grill that I perform each year. Similar. 0-2 is outside. You take all the components out of the grill panels.
Oh, yeah. I'm a Blackstone guy myself.
Ooh,
you ever see one of those? Good. I love it because it's any meal, breakfast, lunch, or dinner, you can cook on that thing.
I agree with it. Here's a pitch that's a little low, a sinker, 2-2. And the beauty is, like, if you want eggs and bacon in the morning, you don't have to deal with any of the stink and the mess and all that stuff. You just have that paddle that scrubs it all off right into the grate. It's perfect.
And when you have 4 kids, how many pans? I mean, how many times?
So true.
It takes forever. You can throw 18 pieces of bread on this thing.
What am I doing? I got to get one of these. 2-2 misses outside to Smith. It's 3-2. And you can cook like 5 pounds of bacon and 19 eggs in about 4 minutes.
I've done that.
3-2 fouled off by Smith. Is it outside like on your deck?
It is outside. It's currently covered right now, but if you do in fact get one, do yourself a favor. Fried rice. Ooh. Fried rice. Shrimp fried rice.
Mix up the egg in it, too?
Oh, yeah. Make yourself a little volcano.
I love that. 3-2. Little looper into left field. Duran coming on. He will not have a play. It bounces belt high. Good AB there for Josh Smith. Went out singing. My kids would go crazy for that. They love going to the hibachi where you stack the rings of the onion and then put the oil in and then light it on fire.
You do that in front of your kids, your street cred level goes up big time.
Well, I can catch a shrimp in my mouth off a spatula with the best of them, too. One out. Here's Wyatt Langford, who's really had a nice game on both ends. Looks like they're cooking hibachi up above the press box here on the first base side as Langford takes a curveball for ball one.
Talk about hitting your spots. Those guys are pretty good. They can thread the needle.
I once went to a party where somebody hired one of those chefs with the Blackstone to come to their house. It was awesome. 1-0's a soft ground ball to third, gloved by Bregman to second for one. That's all they'll get. Not hit hard enough to turn two. But it's a beautiful thing, right? You don't have to wait in line. You don't have to go anywhere. They just come to you.
Got some expensive or some well-off friends.
It really wasn't bad at all. I like the peanut sauce that comes in the salad and with the chicken and steak.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Man, I might be finding a hibachi in Attleboro at about 11:30 tonight. Send your recommendations at Sox Booth. Corey Seager takes a fastball high for ball one. 6-1 Rangers.
So you're going to go find a Blackstone, and I'm going to go find some Snickers eggs on the way home tonight. Okay, I get it.
Here's the 1-0. Swing and a miss. Something tells me if you melted the Snickers egg in the hibachi fried rice, you might have something.
That's just crazy talk. You do have to clean it every time.
That's a good point. Yeah, the nougat might not go that well. 1-1. Fire alarm's going off. I think we know why. Pitch is fouled off. The hibachi chef should not have come to Fenway Park.
What are we cooking right now?
I mean, they just as we were talking about, seriously, this massive plume of smoke came up over your head. I don't know what you're doing between innings. Corey Seager has doubled. He's 1 for 4, and he takes one over his head. He ducks out of the way, and that will send Langford up to second base on an extremely wild pitch. It's actually almost hitting the barrel of the bat there for Seager.
Yeah, that's a curveball. Flew open. His front side lost it just a little bit. When you do that, your arm tends to cast out and straighten out. The goal on that pitch is to keep that glove side closed just a little bit longer and finish the pitch out in front.
Somehow these lights that are blaring, the alarms that are going off are a little fitting right now. The 2-2 is a little bit outside. It's not a fire alarm for these Red Sox. Not even a little bit, Lenny. I mean, it's what are we talking about? 37 games into the season, but they know they need to be better.
Yeah, and again, it's about doing the small things right. We've talked about the importance of not running into outs, being able to buckle down with 2 strikes, whether hitting or pitching.
Seager swings and fouls it under the mitt of Narvaez.
And I get it. The identity of this team is speed. These guys take bags. They take extra bases when they can, but you got to be smart about it. We've seen it today come back and haunt this team.
Red Sox in the bottom of this 8th inning will have Rafaela, Duran, and Devers. 2 on, 2 out. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Pitch. Chopper to first. Toro's been busy. He gloves it shoulder high. Races to the bag, and the inning is over again. Newcomb doing a really nice job. Bottom 8 next. 6-1 Rangers on the Shaws and Star Market. WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
On my podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, we share the keys to succeed in business and in life. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, wherever you get your podcasts.
Radio Network.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Hey, Boston, think you know a perfect game day? Maybe it involves another championship win? Well, City Cruises takes your ship to the next level. From delicious dining on the harbor to whale watching, from the wild ride of Codzilla to celebrations and family outings. We have adventures for everyone. So what kind of ship is this? A shipload of fun. City Cruises in Boston, proud partner of the Red Sox. Upgrade your perfect day at citycruises.com.
Jones and Keith.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Not so sweet tonight. Cedon Rafaela leads it off, and he takes a first pitch fastball that missed. Ball one.
I'll tell you what, that's a loud crowd.
Yeah,
for a night like tonight.
Earned it, haven't they? So Cedon takes a strike. That shouldn't have been one. I mean, John Bacon's had a bad night. That's 6 inches off the plate, and it's 1-1.
And the thing is, I feel like it's been for both sides. He's just had a huge zone.
1-1 to Cedon. Duran out on deck to pitch. Way outside. Cutter. He's in take mode for sure, and it's 2-1. Maybe there's a little conversation had.
You better believe it. Now, your 2-1 count, if you see something right down the middle, this is where you got to put your A swing on it. Drive the ball the other way.
2-1 pitch. Here it is. Popped up. Down the right field line. Real difficult play. Out goes Smith. In comes Garcia, and it's beautifully caught on a basket catch back to the plate by Josh Smith. Lovely, and there's one away.
It was really a good catch by Smith right there. No panic whatsoever. Doing his best to get where he thinks that ball is going to drop. Keeping his eye on it the whole time.
But again, it's what you're talking about. So he does the hard part, well, the important part, get it into a good count, and then, you're supposed to get your A swing off there 2-1.
Unfortunately, that pitch was 92 up and in. That's not a pitch you really want to swing at.
So now Bruce Bochy's going to go to the lefty. Garcia out of the bullpen to face Duran and Devers. All right, 6-1 Rangers, 1 out in the bottom of the 8th. We'll be back with more. Pitching change brought to you by Izervay. This change and slow down in the action presented by Izervay. 6-1. More from Fenway after this in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
This call to the bullpen gives you a chance to check out all the great Ford SUV offers at buyfordnow.com. You'll find special deals on the award-winning Ford SUV lineup that you won't see advertised anyplace else. Whether you plan to buy from your Ford dealer's inventory or custom order your new SUV, visit buyfordnow.com and see how much you can save. And then see your New England Ford dealers for your new SUV.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
The lefty Robert Garcia is on here. Against Duran and Devers, he's been on a run, has this left. He's lowered his ERA to 1.84. He's pitched in 17 games. Only 14 2/3 innings. It's been all Rangers. They've out-hit the Red Sox 15-5 and outscored them 6-1. For burgers, lasagna, tacos, to nachos, ground beef, on sale at Shaws and Star Market. Value pack 80% lean, fresh ground beef for $2.97 a pound. Limit 2 when you use the digital coupon. Shaws and Star Market, the official supermarket, Red Sox Radio Network. All right, here's Duran trying to get something started. The pitch high. Fastball, and it's 1-0.
You can see why he'd be a little bit tough for lefties. Throws just slightly across his body. They're only 4 for 24 left-handed batters.
Well, and the rain has started to fall again at Fenway. Brief respite. Short-lived, the 1-0. Popped up. Foul side of third. Long run in for Lankford from left, and it's into the seats about 4 rows deep. For Duran, it is 1-1. He is not as balanced in the last couple of games, Duran, as he was, say, earlier in the week. This team goes where Duran and Devers take him. It's pretty simple most days.
Yeah, and he's the type of guy where if he gets on first base, it's basically a triple. He's going to move himself over very, very quickly. When you've got speed on the base pass, pitchers start to make mistakes in the zone. That's where it's the domino effect. They're missing their spots because he's on the base.
See that so often with him and Hamilton. 1-1. Pitch is fouled off on the third base side. And it's a ball and 2 strikes to Jarren Duran. Good news is the Orioles are losing 5-1. The bad news, the Yankees have exploded. And they lead the Padres 12-3 in the 8th inning in the Bronx.
Yeah, and this cold snap that the Red Sox have seen as of late, it's an opportunity because other teams in the AL East have been losing ball games as well. You can go up and gain some ground, but it just hasn't happened.
1-2. Came in a game and a half back tonight as Durant takes strike 3 right there. Borderline, but probably too close to take in a 2-strike count, and they're 2 away. That is the 9th strikeout of the night for the Red Sox. And here comes Rafi. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan post-game show. You deserve a car that thrills you. Nissan's got an exciting full line to put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. NissanUSA.com today. Here's Rafi. Strike. Perfectly placed. You're not kidding about tough on lefties.
It's filling up the strike zone. And again, just a little bit of deception. When you're a left-handed batter and the pitcher looks like he's stepping right at your hip, that ball looks like it's coming from behind your back.
0-1. Pitch. Strike on the outside corner. 0-2.
And again, we see it. We've seen it all night. These pitchers, whether it's Eovaldi or the relievers that came in after them, just pounding the strike zone from the get-go, getting to strike 2 as quick as possible.
0-2. Pitch. Up and in. Did that hit him? He goes to his backside, does Devers. It got close to his shoulder for sure. I thought I heard it nick something. Yeah, obviously no intent. Rafi, as he often does, is going to take a little while in the dirt. But did not get him. So he'll stay in.
Willing to bet the farm right now is going to be outside right now.
And that is
That's
so
close.
scary. Over his head. And I think you might see a violent swing, too.
Yeah.
2 down in the 8th. 6-1 Rangers. 1-2. Bregman would be next. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. Fastball. 10th team strikeout. Garcia does the job. We go to the 9th. 6-1 Rangers in the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history-telling podcast chronicling the epic story of America, decade by decade. Right now, I'm digging into the history of incredible infrastructure projects of the 1930s, including the Hoover Dam, the Empire State Building, the Golden Gate Bridge, and more. The promise is in the title, History That Doesn't Suck. Available on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Summertime means snacking, and Twizzlers Twist Strawberry Flavor Candy will give your mouth something to smile about. Twizzlers Strawberry Flavor Twists is where it all began. Just open up a pack of Twizzlers, share it with friends or family, and let the strawberry fun begin. Twizzlers candy has something for every fruity, chewy candy lover, including special summer varieties. Check out all the fruity Twizzlers at Hersheyland.com. And remember, Twizzlers Twist Strawberry Flavored Candy always gives your mouth something to smile about.
Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson.
Weekdays 2 to 6.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Well, we go to the top of the ninth inning. Blaine Krim, who pinch hit for Jock Peterson, who inexplicably tried to bunt with a 6-run lead and a 2-strike count. Takes a fastball from Newcomb low for ball one. Sean does not have options, so he's not in any danger of, after a long outing, being sent out. You wouldn't think anyway. He's been really good.
He really has.
1-0 is outside. Updated box score brought to you by the Mass Lottery, who celebrate the game we love for the baseball diamond of the lottery games that support all our 351 cities and towns. The Mass Lottery, welcome to the state of winning. 2-0. Outside tonight, Indiana is the state of winning. Tyrese Halliburton just hit essentially a buzzer beater 3 to beat the Cleveland Cavaliers and go up 2-0 in that series. The pitch is up and in, but called a strike. It's 3-1. Everybody predicting it'd be Celtics and Cavs, and it's still, well, maybe. I feel much more confident about Boston's chances against New York now. 3-1 is skied into right field. Abreu drifts over to his left. He's there to make the play. And there's one away.
You can see, even when Newcomb goes to 3-ball counts, the heartbeat's still slow. He's able to dial it back and hit his spots. Oftentimes you see pitchers, they start to speed up and get fast on themselves when they're 3-0. They try to do too much. He slows down just a little bit.
Here is Marcus Semien, 2 for 4. He takes a strike, 0-1. Tyrese Halliburton, his father notwithstanding, is having a hell of a postseason. 0-1. Swing and a miss. Chris Martin. Big Rig is up and warming in the Rangers bullpen. He's been fabulous.
Just another strike thrower. When he was with the Sox, he was dialed in consistently.
Always 0-2. The 0-2 pitch here, speaking of, is fouled off. Attendance, 29,858. Brought to you by Crispy Crunchy Chicken. If you're craving some crunch, get fresh hand-breaded chicken tenders or crispy chicken sandwich, spiced just right, here at the ballpark. I gotta find that. 0-2 popped up into shallow left center field. Cedon looking up into what I think is still a light rain. He's there to make the play. 2 down. You know, Lenny, 37 games, ton of baseball left, but not meeting expectations. And with the hole now at first base with the Casas injury, that is a glaring, urgent need to figure that out.
Yeah, this team should be better than 500. Flirting with going below that tonight.
Adolis Garcia, he takes a sinker inside ball 1.
And they've just been very, very streaky when it comes to whether it's the bullpen, whether it's hitting especially. And you said it early in the game.
Ball is out on the turf in right field. Willier couldn't get the umpires to notice. A one hopped over the glove of Trevor Story in the left. A little bit of an Olay there. They might score that a hit because it was hit so hard, but Story was right there, runner aboard with 2 down.
Yeah, typically, and Trevor would tell you this, he would get that ball 9 out of 10 times. A little short hop to his glove side, or his arm side, sorry.
He likes to backhand, Trevor. Scored that, picked that ball up that was, I don't know, kind of level with the pesky pole and maybe 100 feet off the line. Here's Evan Carter, left-hander, who's got 2 hits. In his comeback, he takes strike 1, and like with a flick of his wrist from basically normal right field, he didn't even throw it, he just flicked it, and it went 40 rows into the seats. Nice. Ridiculous. 0-1 to Carter is another strike. Good slider, and it's 0-2.
He's got an absolute cannon. Remember when you were kids, they say, you put the worst player in your team in right field?
Not anymore.
No. You put the best arm in the field in right field.
0-2's run in for Willier. He will slide and make the play. Well, in an otherwise dreary and forgettable night, that was beautiful from the Gold Glover. He can go get it, can he? Arm and glove. What a combo. Bottom 9, Sox need a miracle. They trail 6-1 to the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
What We Spend is a new podcast that explores something we almost never talk about. Every week, you'll hear a different guest share everything they spend their money on. What We Spend is available now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Ted Johnson here. Over the past 10 years, the weight loss industry has seen it all. New medications, fad diets, sculpting, yet Awaken 180 still stands alone as a proven solution for lasting weight loss. Results at awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Take Boston sports with you wherever you go. Download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Red Sox need 5 to tie in the bottom of this 9th inning. 6-1 Rangers. The Yankees lifted off today 12-3. They beat the Padres. Aaron Judge hit his 12th home run, and it's getting out of control. He's now hitting .412 with an OPS of 1275 with 34 runs batted in and 56 hits.
At what point do you just walk him with the bases loaded?
This point. He's Barry Bonds right now. He is.
He really is.
I mean, I truly, Alex Cora will not do that. I would advocate for it. I would. Here's Bregman. Tonight is 1 for 3 with a double. Scored the Sox only run. He takes a pitch from Martin, a rare first pitch ball for Chris. Cutter, his favorite weapons. He is such a perfectionist, Chris. Pleasure getting to know him for 2 years. Dominant relief for him, especially 2 seasons ago. The 1-0 popped up. On the right side of the infield, Semien waits, gloves, 1 away.
You're right, Martin. He's just a picture of consistency. You know every time out, you're probably going to get an A outing. He's always hitting his spots, challenging the hitters, always inside the strike zone.
He went like 45 appearances without giving up a run. And when he gave up a hit and a run, it was just shocking.
Yeah, you're like, what just happened? I cannot believe it.
I mean, isn't that what you want? It's impossible to do, but what you want, a picture of dependability.
Just doesn't walk batters, right? I mean, as a manager, you love that, being able to put a guy in late in games and realize he's not going to walk anybody.
Here's Campbell. Pitch, rip foul on the first base side. He was ready to go. That's good book reading by Campbell to know that you're going to see a strike, but just a little late, and it's 0-1. How often have we said it this year, whether the White Sox were scuffling to score runs, the Minnesota Twins, same story. Texas came in here inept offensively, losers of 4 or 5, and they lead 6-1 here. Campbell sawed off with a fastball, and it's 0-2.
You can see the approach by Martin trying to get inside on Campbell here, staying with the hard stuff in.
0-2. Christian has singled, struck out, and grounded to first. Here's the pitch, and it's strike 3. That is just vintage Martin. Splitter on the corner, and the Red Sox are down to their last out.
Yeah, a lot of fastballs fouled off. 94 on the inner half, right on the corner. And then he goes with that splitter on the opposite side. Little wrinkle in it. Textbook.
He's really, I think, in a lot of ways, one of the underrated relievers in the sport for the last 5 years. Because he doesn't get a lot of saves, but he is a definitional lockdown setup man. Here's Willie, who breaks his bat, little blooper in a shallow left field. That's going to get down for a hit. Why not?
Now, did Martin come out before the season say this is it for him?
There was some hints, year.
Right? Yeah.
I think he said he wanted to take it to the house with this season, but who knows? Maybe he's a big part of a World Series win, or who knows? They get close, he comes back.
The way he's throwing,
right?
Though,
that's what we always thought,
right?
How could you leave it?
No, yeah, I have a hard time believing a guy with that kind of stuff would just kind of make the decision to let the game go.
All right, here's Trevor's Story. 1 on, 2 out, 6-1. Willier will get there on defensive indifference off of the pitch. I mean, Martin has made $44 million this season, 5.5. I mean, every year that counts. But a bunch of kids, 1-0. Here's the pitch. Strike. Now, he's doing great. He's got a massive ranch where he lives in Texas.
But at that point, is it really about the money, though? I mean, he's got elite stuff at his age. He's been doing it for a long time.
Yeah, how could you go away when you're this good? 1-1 to Story, the pitch. Swing and a miss. Cutter. And it's 1-2. The swing and miss rate for Story is way too high. Down to their last strike. 1-2 with 2 down in the ninth. Rangers lead 6-1.
Yeah, with 1 and 2 count against Story right here, you gotta feel that he's going to go with a fastball up in the zone.
Marty steps off, adjusts his cap. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan post-game show. You deserve a car that thrills you. Nissan's got an exciting full lineup. Put goosebumps on your goosebumps. 1-2 to Story. Martin's ready. He throws. Trevor takes a high fastball. It was exactly what you said. Good take, 2-2.
It's a really good take right there. He can either go back to that pitch or he swung through a cutter earlier in this at bat. When you get to 2 strikes so quick, that gives you the options.
2-2. Martin is ready. Swinging a foul back by Trevor, and the Red Sox stay alive. We take 10 seconds for station ID in the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
6-1 Rangers. 2 down, 2 strikes in the bottom of the ninth inning. Story waits. Martin throws. Swing and a miss. He got him with a cut fastball, and the inning and ball game are over. Another super frustrating night for the Red Sox, who've lost 5 of 6. They are again below 500. 6-1 Rangers. Nissan postgame show next in the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
I'm Tyke Sinatra here with my co-host,
Investigator Slater.
We host the true crime podcast, Psychopedia.
Available on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to your podcasts.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are Skiller. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
Looking for a career that offers a 6-figure income, world-class health benefits, and a fixed benefit pension? With just a high school equivalency certificate in fluent English, you can join us. We have excellent education incentives. I started with just a high school diploma, and now I can provide my family with a great life. The benefits are amazing and the job security is unbeatable. Become a correctional officer by applying today at doc.ri.gov/apply.
Looking for Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price? Get to Town Fair Tire. Michelin's innovative technologies are designed for durability and performance over any of the toughest road conditions, so you can trust you're getting the highest quality tires. And Town Fair's been a name you can trust since 1967. Now with over 120 locations and still growing, because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. This is the Nissan postgame show. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com.
Another tough one for the Red Sox. They fall 6-1 at Fenway, and they've dropped 5 of 6 ball games now, back below 500 at 18 and 19. Will Fleming and Lenny DiNardo kicking off the Nissan post-game show. Christian Arcand will take you the rest of the way. We could talk about the struggling offense. That was definitely part of this thing, Lenny. They need to be better. They got to find answers. Nate Eovaldi was awesome, as he has been all season. The story of this game was Lucas Giolito, and the velocity was not there. He had 2 pitches again, and 91 and a changeup that more often than not is in the strike zone. That's just not going to do it at this level, so you hope it's just a one-off for Giolito.
Yeah, the fastball was hovering around 90. We saw better fastballs last time out, but more importantly, in my opinion, is he was missing his spots. And it's concerning that he's basically staying with 2 pitches, a fastball and a changeup. If you're a big league hitter, in certain counts, you can guess correctly, and there's nothing going glove side. The fastball's up in the zone, and the changeup typically goes arm side. Because of that, he's not able to keep them honest inside or on the opposite side of the plate of that changeup.
Yeah, and he just, from jump street, he did not have the feel for that breaking ball. Again, Eovaldi gets a lot of credit, but it's amazing how often Jarren Duran sets the tone for this club, and he did not get on base tonight, and he's going to stay in the leadoff spot for the whole season. I thought Christian Campbell looked pretty quality in that leadoff spot again in that cleanup spot for Alex Cora. Bregman gets a double. They just got to find a way, Lenny. And Malley's a really tough ticket on the mound tomorrow, but the offense has got to find a way.
There's just too few and far between as far as getting guys on base in certain situations. You know, the Red Sox struck out 12 times tonight. We've seen that throughout the season. 10 strikeouts or more, they're typically going to lose that ball game. And when they strike out less frequently, they put the W's on the board. So again, Nathan Eovaldi was outstanding tonight. Sometimes you got to tip your cap against a guy that has that resume. He's doing that to a lot more teams of the Red Sox this season. But again, we ran into some outs too. It was a single. He tried to turn it into a double. You got to be able to know when to put the brakes on the base pass as well.
I'll tell you this, I can guarantee you that in his post-game availability, Alex Cora is going to point to Sean Newcomb and say, you know, there are times in a game and in a series and in a month that a guy does a good job that maybe sets the table for you to win a series. And Sean, I thought, was absolutely fantastic.
He really was. He was filling up the strike zone. He had that bulldog mentality. He went to a few 3-ball counts tonight and didn't let up and ended up getting big outs, whether it was a strikeout or soft contact in the outfield. You got to go out there and respect a guy that doesn't give in no matter what the count. He's worked his way onto the team, started as a starting role, and then worked his way to the bullpen because he's just too valuable to let go.
Excellent stuff by Newcomb. But that was about it for the Red Sox. 6-1 Texas. Christian Arcand has got the Nissan post-game show next. Doug Lane here at WEEI and Joe Braverman back at the flagship. I should say Doug's here at Fenway. Joe's back at WEEI. Lenny, it was good. I'm going to go get a Snickers, egg, and a hibachi, all right?
All right. See you there. I'll meet you there.
Sounds good. We'll be back tomorrow at 6:45. Pre-game coverage begins at 5:45. For Lenny, I'm Will saying so long from Fenway. Better luck tomorrow in the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast available now, wherever you get your podcast.